Oh man. You know what I realized? That was the wrong card.
That was the wrong card.
That wasn't the right card. This is the right card right here.
Oh, well, that one's more crowded. That's why it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's our executive producers, Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Ben Tom and Tom Jr., Mike Neese, Frank Corcoran, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Dan Halen, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Those are the big bosses.
Yes, yes. And if you would like to become a big boss here on Johnny Beane TV, click that join button and become a channel member. That's a sponsor. You sponsor all the videos. You basically boss us around, and it's a lot of fun.
You basically give me kicks in the ass. Like, man, Cuda, you know what you're doing wrong? How much time do we have? Yeah.
Man, yeah, because every time I do one of these videos, like for every night, I have to change like the intros. And I was sitting here 20 till, and I realized there's no intro for the show. So I had to go and I had to make one up real quick. And then watching that, I realized that was an older producer card. So there you go.
That's good. I mean, we get it's a double-edged sword. We get more channel members, and you got to change the card. We get more executive producers, and you got to change that card. The downside of it is that I get all these text messages. Mancuda, smile more. Mancuda, stop smiling. Mancuda, be quieter. Mancuda, be louder. Mancuda, I mean, it's like,
yeah. We love it though. We love hearing from everybody.
We do love the audience. Obviously, we love the audience. More than anybody loves their audience, we love our audience.
That's right.
Yeah, that's Bacon right. Jr. notices, great white, baby.
Oh, there you go.
Great white. Mark Kendall, baby. There's my man.
Awesome.
Am I the only one, by the way, that plays that theme music at top volume? Because I just love it. You wrote that theme music, for the show. And I love that theme song. And it just kind of energizes me. So I'm like, I mean, all sorts of things. I'm like poking my fingers up my ass. I'm dancing. I'm doing all this. And then 3, 2, 1, live. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Johnny Beane TV.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I'm like Kermit the Frog introducing the Muppet Show. When I hear that music, it's like dan 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 dan.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. I need to relearn how to play it.
As long as you wrote it, that's all that matters. Because I just love listening to it.
Thank you, man.
Blue Rhino, baby, my buddy.
And welcome everybody.
Ooh.
Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. It's November 17th, 2020, 8:11 p.m. Eastern, 5:11 Pacific, where it's raining here in Santa Cruz. What's it like down there in Hollywood?
I thought one of my neighbors was pissing out their window. I just assumed I live in a shithole. I just assumed.
I've been there.
Yeah. Well, don't tell anyone it's not really a shithole, but the neighborhood's a shithole. Hollywood ain't what used to be, as they say.
I actually have bonus footage I never used. Remember how we did that live stream? How we were walking up and down? Is it Hollywood?
Hollywood Boulevard. Sure.
I actually was filming as we were walking back, not the entire way, but some of the way, and I've never used it. Never.
You should put that in for channel members. Bonus footage. Put in the bit idea. where I was asking for a job at the shawarma place. That's fun video. That's fun video. I'm talking Johnny and I walking down Hollywood Boulevard. I see this help wanted sign at a shawarma place on Hollywood. So being, the natural, and I just walk in and, I'm like, I'm here for the job. Oh, good. Very good. You have experience cooking? I'm like, I make a mean bowl of cereal. Oh, well, you have to make shawarma. I'm like, okay, well, listen, let me talk to the person hiring me. Is that you? No, his owner. Well, get him on the phone. Right now? I said, yeah. So he gets the owner on the phone and he's like, so can you cook? I'm like, maybe, but I could certainly eat. He's like, well, you do get lunch as part of the job. I'm like, good. I said, does it overpay a lot? He's like, overpay? I said, yeah, because I don't want to work for very little. Well, we could discuss your pay based on your experience. I'm like, okay. Listen, does it matter if I have a criminal record? Criminal record? Yeah. My old job, I skimmed off the register a little bit, and I went to jail for that, but it was such a short time, and I paid my dues. No. But it's just a sticky finger thing. I mean, that's not a problem, is it? We should talk during an interview. Yeah. I mean, the idea that he was still going with it means they were desperate for help. I mean, and now, of course, the place is just like, you don't need help with the business. One guy is enough in quarantine, in pandemic time. But, Johnny's sitting there with a camera like, this is fun,
Yeah, we should have had a boom mic. Actually,
yeah, we really should have. Or you know what? I should be wired up for that. We should just get a little remote wire and wire me like a TV set and just cut me loose, and you just keep filming and I'll do the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah, next time. I'll get us free shawarma. Or I'll run out with the register, one or the other. Johnny, keep filming! Stop that man!
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm full of good ideas or something. Let's say hi to everyone in the chat. And for those of you in the chat that entered the Halloween costume contest, I think you got emails from me last night. All the prizes are being sent out, or notifications to you to contact some of the prize donors. So that's a lot of fun. So everyone's getting paid. We're making money. We're living large. Everyone's getting paid. All your hard work. So let's see. Who do we got in the chat today? Who decided to waste their life with us tonight? We have Sandra Picorni. 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 Me love you long time. David Scher. Music Therapy Laz. Let's see. Halface, Mark FX, Bacon Jr. I love that name, man. Thunder Falcon. Steve Carmichael, Kevin Coachell, Charles Green, Steve Carmichael, Charles Green, Vistalite 1972. Let's see, Halface, worth mentioning twice. Frank Corcoran, Yostinator, Janice Lala. Hey, Janice. Johnny Beane's in the house. Hey. Hugh Caldwell, 6 strings and 10 fingers. That works well. Fruitcake Tony, my man. I appeared on Tony's show this weekend, his Steel Panther edition, episode 21 of his podcast. That was fun. Thank you for having me on, Tony. I appreciate that. Let's see. Who else we got? Brian Spalding in the chat. Jim Nicholas, Vistalite 1972, Fender Guru, the British Electric Blues Show. Very cool, man.
Yeah. Great show.
Bruce Poinsett, Papa Blue, Jim Nicholas, Stan of New Jersey. Hey, man. Mark Dillon, Randall Fisher, Thomas Santiago, Kurt S5150. Try not to miss anyone. I know I am, but I'll try not to.
Mr. Hailstorm 74.
Kenny Dave, Sarah Deaver Newman. Hello, Newman.
Hello, Mancuda.
Deja Voodoo.
Thomas Maddock on Facebook.
Thomas, how are you, brother?
And he's got a question for us as well.
KXM Rock, give me a sec. We'll do questions. Let's see. Who else? Bruce Poinsett asks, do I remember the movie Valley Girl? I remember it. Luckily, I was living in New York at the time, my hometown. And then I moved here. What was I thinking? Entertainment business be damned. I should be back in New York. James Gum, Mark Dillon, Mr. Hellstorm 74, 7/8, Jay Hannon. Looking for fudge in all the wrong places.
Hey, Jay.
Looking for fudge in all the wrong. There's only one place to look for fudge. That's it. AJ Ward, Nightbot in the house, everyone else. So who had a question on Facebook? Someone had a question on Facebook.
Yeah, that was where is that? I'm sharing out the video on Facebook right now. We have 14 watching. So welcome.
And Neanderthal will be joining us a little later. He had something to take care of before the show. He's a busy boy.
There we go.
Let's see. Yeah, I can almost read that. Johnny, I know it's early, but what bands and guitarists would you like to see at an Eddie Van Halen tribute concert someday? Hope they do it at the new SoFi Stadium in LA. Personally, I hope it's like the Freddie Mercury tribute concert. Thoughts? That's a great question, man. That is a great question. Go ahead, Johnny. You field that.
Let's see. What bands and guitarists would I like to see? Obviously, I mean, I'd love to see, Sammy, Sammy Hagar, Sammy's band, maybe Roth, and maybe if Roth gets, Steve Vai and Bissonette, together.
Oh, the DLR band.
The DLR band, that'd be cool. As far as guitar players, I mean, if you guys have been watching this channel for long enough, Eddie is my man. I mean, there's nobody else, really, But I would say maybe somebody like Tom Morello, because he's he does some different stuff, He's innovative.
Hold the phone. I've got to dive in before we even finish this topic. Eduardo Moreno Porto is in the chat.
Welcome.
As is Kevin Bethel and our buddy Cobra Kai Platoon, who does all our cool graphics. Thank you, man.
Yo.
Welcome, everybody.
Welcome. Yeah, I'm just sharing on Facebook real quick. And then Paul, you ready? What are you eating?
Who are you eating?
Did you treat stream that? Hey, God, let me share this out. EVH Gear Live page on Facebook. There we go. Everybody, please welcome
the great, the handsome, the debonair, the charming, the talented,
the hungry.
The hungry. We're all hungry, but
Neanderthal.
Neanderthal, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there we go.
There we are. Oh my goodness gracious. He's got noodles. He's got noodles. Sex with poodles. Who can ask for anything more?
See, here's the thing. While I'm sitting here eating leftover spaghetti, noodles, and essentially it's just pasta with Italian dressing because I'm lazy. My dogs are eating boiled chicken breast.
Oh my God.
I take it. My dogs eat better than I do.
I'd kill for any of that. All I had for breakfast was a piece of gum I found under my dashboard.
Yeah, my dogs are fed very well. So I go, when I run out of chicken, I actually run out to the store. I'm like, I got to get them fresh chicken. And then I boil it up and I cut it up and I cube it up for them. My dogs eat better than most small families.
Paulie just goes into Johnny's backyard. Grab one of these chickens. No one's looking. Johnny's like, God damn it. Another fox got the chicken, honey.
That must be a horrible story for me to be telling in front of Johnny who keeps chickens. Sorry, man.
No.
They're so yummy, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, when we first got, chickens, it was difficult for me to even eat chicken, but that you draw a line between, having pets and then dinner.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's a better dinner than I do.
So
I actually like this. I love just doing just like some thin spaghetti and Italian dressing. It's light. It tastes awesome.
Pasta salad.
Yep. And basically pasta salad and a little bit of black pepper, and hell yeah, man. It's all good.
Yeah. It's better than what I'm not eating. I'm so hungry. Clayton James Hicks and AI Gaming in the chat. Welcome, everybody.
And it's 6:30 here. So, this is one of those rare times where we're not on the same time. because you guys observe daylight savings time and we don't in Arizona. So the rest of the world adjusts and it's still the same time all the time for us. But things like this, like television and hanging out, changes an hour one way or the other for me. My time doesn't change, but everything else changes.
We also observe Hanukkah. You godless bastard.
What do you know funny, you bastard?
Jay Hannon says Paulie's tossed salad.
Hey.
And now we'll talk food. Yeah. Hi, Ellie.
Toss salad.
That's great. Oh.
So yeah.
Wow.
Before we even get into it, I just would like to ask that at some point we all agreed to stop calling him Wolfie. He's fucking 30.
I like Wolfie.
He's 30, and that's what his father called him.
Well, listen, I'm not claiming to be his father, but I mean, Wolf just seems kind of short. Wolfgang, we could call him. It just, I don't know. Wolfie, what do you think?
It's still weird because I'm seeing complete strangers, and look, we're all complete strangers to him.
Sure.
But I'm seeing like these complete strangers talking about how Wolfie's doing such a great job. Like you're his aunt or something like that. Like fucking knock it off. Call him Wolfgang, Wolf, Eddie's kid. Call him. But Wolfie is like a pet name that his father calls him. He's 30 years old. It's seeing people comment on all of this like he's a 6-year-old who just got to hit his first home run.
Well, you know what it is? I don't even think it's a problem as much with the name as much as we all call him kid. The guy's almost 30. We all call him kid. I mean, he's the same age as Johnny and I.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
I remember the day.
Argument.
I remember the day he was born. I remember hearing about it.
316
on the news or MTV or something. And no, I've always called him Wolfgang.
Yeah.
But the thing is, a lot of people, you grew up watching him grow up. I mean, that entire music video, that was basically, seeing 29, almost 30 years.
No, right, I get that. But hearing Eddie call him Wolfie is endearing. Hearing us call him Wolfie is weird.
I don't know. I mean, we call Eddie. We call Edward Eddie.
Yes, but that's Eddie is a colloquialism that we know as Eddie. Wolfie's like a pet name. Wolfie's what it's like calling a kid, anybody not named last name Ramon, Marky. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yeah. See, my point made. But like if we called you Johnny, as opposed to like Johnny Beane is a Johnny. Like he's clearly a Johnny.
Right.
But like you call me Paulie, nobody calls me Paulie. I've never been called Paulie my entire life.
See, I call you because it's a term of endearment. Like, my buddy, my partner,
I totally get it, but it's like it's one of the weirdest things that like we don't call Robert De Niro Bobby.
I do, because that's what he liked to be called on set.
I understand that. Point being,
but it depends. Like, it depends on if you're looking at it from a certain perspective. Certain people do get called different names.
Like for example, if you thought, like when Howard did it, it kind of made sense because Howard's being Howard. But like if he's on tonight, like let's say he's on CNN tonight or the Today Show, they had him on the Today Show. Did they call him Wolfie?
I didn't watch Today's Show. I caught most of the Stern interview.
Yeah.
They call him Wolfgang Van Halen. Wolfgang Van Halen, Edward's son, Wolfgang Van Halen. They call him Wolfgang, Wolf, but I don't believe they called him Wolfie. Like professionally, unless you have a level of intimacy with the kid.
Yeah, he's not a kid.
That doesn't matter.
He is to us.
Does it matter if a man or a woman? What if a woman calls him Wolfie?
Then she's making moves on him.
Is that different?
I don't know.
But what is he like? What is he like?
Makes you a sexist pig.
If he said I don't like being called Wolf or Wolfie, then we would just call him Wolfgang. But he seems to go by all of them.
I guess, yeah. I just feel weird listening to the way people have been talking about him for the past couple of days. Like, look what Wolfie did. Like he's 30 years old. He's an accomplished musician. like we're talking about this like him, like he's like we're all shocked that he's able to do these things.
Well, it's not like
look at the little Wolfie. Look at the he's fucking 30.
Hey, listen, he's a year older now than Johnny and I, and he wasn't last year. You know, he's gaining on you, Paulie. I mean, you know.
I'm just creeped out by it. That's all. I think it's weird watching grown adults. It's almost like, I don't know, like people watching. If you're watching football, do you think that the offensive line turns and looks at Tom Brady and refers to him as Tommy?
Maybe.
When Tommy showed up and threw a great ball today.
I mean, as a term of endearment for a teammate, he might. Wait, Jay said Ellie just chimed in. Killian is Wolfie. They're crazy. Killian.
Killian is Wolfie?
Who's Killian?
Killian, that's her brother.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got you.
That's his son.
Gotcha.
I think is Killian's middle name Wolfgang? Because Ellie, her name is
Ellie's middle name is
Vi.
No, I think he is. But Wolfie, again, if you're family, sure, you call him Wolfie. It's just weird watching strangers, and like these are like grown ass men. They're like, oh my God, did you hear Wolfie's new song?
But I think
you know him. You his uncle.
Maybe he just likes that. I mean, he just might like that.
It's so weird. Yeah, and I get it. That's great. But no, see, Jay calls him Killian Wolfgang. Yeah, he's not Killian Wolfgang.
But what if Jay decided? Well, it's hard because it's Jay's son. Jay can do that parental term of endearment any way he wants. He could call him Killer Wolf. I mean, he could, he could do any variation.
Killer Wolf has a nice feel to it.
Oh, make no mistake. Jay and Jeannie hit like the name lottery with their kids. They're like,
no.
I kind of want them to have more kids so they give them more cool names.
My guess is Jeannie, who we know likes to, on occasion, signed off on the birth certificates while she was hammered. Like, she's going to be the coolest mom ever to agree to when Jay went to and said, look, we can call them Ellie, we can call them Killian, but their middle names have to be named after Steve Vai and Eddie Van Halen. You good with that? She's like, whatever. More morphine.
Pass me those Doritos.
Yeah. No, the coolest mom ever.
Jay's responding to this.
Oh no, it's good.
And then
coolest mom ever. Come on, Jay.
I have the answer why people call him Wolfie.
Go ahead, John.
Is because we all watched him grow up. Right. So he's always been a kid to all these 50-year-old dudes.
Right.
That's why.
I wouldn't call him Wolf, and Han 36 Solo brings it up because Wolf sounds weird and Wolfgang is too formal. I mean that's kind of like where my mind is sitting. I wouldn't just call him Wolf,
Yeah, I think Wolfgang, obviously being his name, and it's clearly Mammoth WVH, which is Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen. Like he professionally he's adopted Wolfgang. So I don't know. I just think it's not a big deal. I just think it's funny. I was just one of those things I've been seeing on social media. So many people that are complete strangers who, by the way, 4 days ago had no idea Wolfgang Van Halen had any musical talent whatsoever. They just thought he was the bass player in Van Halen and had no idea that this was coming. Oh my God, I can't believe he's good.
Yeah, and you know what else? He sings.
Oh,
he sings too. He's got a good voice.
What's funny though is when you hear him speak, his voice belies his physical status. I mean, his stature. I mean, he's obviously, you would expect a guy his size to be a little bit more baritone in his voice. And he comes out and he's got he's got a lilt to his voice that is very cute and endearing for a guy who's, clearly 6 feet tall and 250. You know what I mean? And then some,
I mean, would it be wrong if we called Ellie by her actual name? Because I don't even know if Jay and Jeannie called her by her actual name yet. I mean, Elephant? I think they're saving to tell it later. Ellie Van Winkle.
Actually, it was Ellie that chimed in. So you guys can hear me, right? Here's Ellie.
Ellie Van Winkle. Vi.
Here's Ellie.
You know my baby is named Wolfie because his little feet are so cute.
Adorable.
Hey, Ellie.
And that's the show. That's the show.
Good night, everybody.
It's
Yeah,
only
we're
going to
done.
go downhill from there. I can't follow that.
No, despite the fact that somebody should be calling Child Protective Services because we're now 27 minutes into this and Jay is still letting his children watch. But I think we should all be. I think I'm the only one that dropped. I think I dropped one F-bomb. We've been pretty good language-wise, knowing that Ellie is watching.
Because we know she's watching right now.
The fun bomb.
Yes.
Because in my mind, I almost see her staring at the screen like this.
Judging. It's funny when Ellie is the most mature member of this entire conversation.
Also the smartest out of us, but
Yep, no doubt there.
with the most common sense.
Yep. Best parental upbringing. I mean, let's face it.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a difference than the parents we grew up with.
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, I bet. Although you and I both know, I bet if those kids get sideways, I bet you, Jay and Gina can drop the hammer if need be.
Actually, I bet we get blamed.
We get blamed.
We started off so well, and then those morons on the show.
Well, every family has that uncle that goes in the room and they whisper into the kid's ear. Then the kid runs down the hallway, and you hear "You jerks," and then they come back, and we're all,
"Hey, Mom, what's up?" Fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Don't teach my kids those things. I know. I have cousins with kids. They love crazy Uncle John.
So the question is, after 2 days of this, is Johnny Beane tired of talking about the new Wolfgang Van Halen music?
I hope not, because if so, we have no show. We have no show.
No, I did four videos on it already.
Yeah, insane. I got up at 3:00 this morning, and Johnny had already streamed at midnight. I was like, "Does this kid ever sleep?"
I saw.
Did you get an alert when it came out?
I saw part of him with Rob yesterday, and what I took away most from the show was Rob's microphone is still a piece of garbage.
You would think a guy with that many guitars and that much musical ability.
It was just funny. It was just like, "Hey, Rob, we're live. So, did you hear the new Wolfgang Van Halen?" Rob, your mic's not working.
Yeah, we did have actual technical difficulties in the beginning.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I kind of expect that, though.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, but no, I'm not tired of talking about it. I'll talk about it all day. I love it. I thought the video was just incredible. The
song is a great enhancement to the song.
The video brought tears to my eyes, literally. It was so beautiful, and it was just so, Eddie to the heart of it, just starting off with, I love you so much. It's like, oh my God, just, and then just watching him be himself and Valerie, with Wolfie and, or whatever you want to call him.
See,
with the kid. And then he was
so
a kid.
Creepy.
Then he was a kid. Now I'm thinking, but no, I mean, just seeing how much Eddie loved it. And you knew that already, because every interview he was always beaming about Wolfie, bragging about Wolfie, excited about Wolfie. And, whether it was him touring with the group or Wolfie getting his own stuff started or him listening to Wolfie rehearse or, early on, Wolfie starting to learn drums. But like just watching that progression of him like beaming with this child in his arms from the hospital and then sitting on the piano and just like glowing. You don't see those things, in interviews, but when you see them in these home movies, these very, very personal home movies, that I'm really glad, Wolfie was nice enough to share with everyone, and let us into that world. It just gives it just another facet of what we already knew, but now amplified,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could see genuinely, and we all know the story of Eddie Van Halen and how at various times during the career with the band, he was unhappy, but you could see nothing but joy. Like all of those videos, even when, like the one where he's sort of sacked out on the couch with the towel or the blanket around him, and he looks exhausted, yet he's thrilled that his kid is right there. You know what I mean? Like you can tell, anyone that's ever been out on the road, Johnny, or if you've ever been out, when you work that way, at some point you come home and you're just exhausted, and yet there's a light there that seems to have always been on. He looked genuinely his happiest. We've all seen the smile on stage, but it had a little bit more authenticity in these videos, and I think that is a great testament. Right. And if that's the last video evidence we get of Edward Van Halen with his son, it's perfect.
Oh yeah. I mean, could you have made that video any more beautiful at from start to finish? I mean, really, could you have?
It was perfect, and how it was in sequence, to Wolfgang, growing up.
I will tell you, there was a point when I watched the video about a third of the way through it. I'm like, did they ever put the camera down? Like if you looked at the dates on it, it was like, day that they brought him home, 3 days later, 4 days later. How much can he grow in 3 days?
It's amazing. It's amazing that he I was telling this to Rob yesterday, Rob Johnson, that anybody that's now, 30 years old, it's possible their entire life has been documented, with video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't have
any movies of myself.
I was about to say, how much home videos do you guys have? Because my father, I was always like, Dad, look at me, I'm right here. Dad, I'm on the monkey bars. He's like, there's a cactus here. Shush. You're the only prick here.
We talked about this on the show this morning. My partner Mark, for those that don't know, we do a morning show here in Phoenix. My partner Mark has 2 children. They're great kids. They were brought up right. He and his wife have done a fantastic job raising them. And they're well-adjusted and successful in what they do, and they couldn't be nicer kids. And I sort of get that same vibe from Wolfgang Van Halen, whom none of us have really ever met, but we did watch him grow up. I came from a shitty childhood. Sorry, Ellie. From a very bad childhood. And when I watch that video, I see what I wish I had. I wish my dad were that involved. I wish my dad cared. God. Like, so you see those, like, see, John, it's one of those, that's where it touches everybody. If you had a great childhood and you had a great family and you had a great dad, or maybe your dad is getting up there in years and you don't know how much longer you're going to be with him. It's like there's a mutual appreciation that I think goes across the board, that if you had that kind of family, you appreciate those moments. If you didn't have that kind of family, you wish you had those moments, and to see that joy in other people, I think brings out some sense of envy or I guess approval. You look at that and you go, Jesus, that's how it was supposed to be.
I go with envy because it's almost like the introduction to the TV show Green Acres, where it's like he's like playing with hay, the chores, and then there's his luxurious wife, the stars, and you see like the parallels of total opposites. I saw that in that video. I had flashbacks with every scene. It's like Eddie bringing home Wolfie into the house and beaming and opening the door and taking him in. My father bringing me to the house, leaving me on the porch, hoping my mom forgot. Dad, Eddie at the piano, showing Wolfie how to play piano. My dad putting my fingers there and smashing the thing on my finger. This is how I see the video. It's like, I wish I was that, but I was this. It's like, they're swinging him at the beach on the sand. They're walking. My dad swung me on the beach too. I made it. He's in the water. Look at him. Shit, he's not floating. Someone get him. You know, I mean, no, I envy. I think Paul, you too, envy that childhood. Who the fuck wouldn't? Forget even that he's Eddie Van Halen. Forget that he's rich.
No, that's
the whole thing. Just the idea that there's a loving, involved father, so proud to have a son. You know,
I'm not going to lie to you though. At the beginning, where he's walking up the stairs, I did look. I go, what kind of house do the Van Halens have?
Oh my God. I had a raging boner. I was just like, oh my God. You know, it's like I grew up in a hovel. It was almost like where Yoda grew up, with a bowl of moss porridge and dark and one light and how smell like you do. I mean, I grew up almost in a dumpster, and I'm just looking at this Van Halen house, and Wolfie's walking up the stairs. I love you, Dad. I love you too, son. We're gonna build a studio for you above the garage for me and you. I love you, Dad. That's great. Yeah, and he's still going. It's like, how many fucking stairs do you have? How many stairs? What are you in a turret? Did you grow up in the Washington Monument? How tall is that staircase?
What's funny too is my first thought was, if my hair were that long when I was that age, my old man would have slapped me. Cut your hair.
God. I got my dad taking me to the barber just as an excuse so he could read a Playboy. It's like, what type of a cut do you want for your son, Mr. Mancuda? His throat. Leave me alone. Look at Miss May. You know, it's like, Dad, they're shaving my head. I don't like the shush. You know, I mean, the biggest thing for me was, you know, the pumping up the chair, because I'm thinking, oh, this is a ride. And then it stopped. And then the guy like breaks out scissors and razors. What should we do with him, Mel? You know, and it's like, don't care.
I love also, as we get into the video, as we continue to analyze this video, the guitar nerddom. Everybody looked at all the different guitars in the video and they're like, okay, who has the Dan Electro lipstick pickups, and who's got a 3 single coil?
Yeah.
Like, it's like
the baritone.
Look at everybody's
the baritone from Spanked.
This is some next nerd shit is what's going on right here. Hi, Ellie.
It was great. It was great.
That's the thing. Like, again, levels. There's levels in this video.
It's like 13 stories, and he took the staircase to every one of them.
It was cool. Of course, we all got the different looks of Eddie Van Halen, the short hair with the frosted tips and the long, shaggy early 90s hair. Like, we got to see the evolution of Eddie too. Like, as Wolfgang got a new look, Eddie got a new look. It was kind of neat to watch that too. It's almost like they both. And there's a certain point, I think it's like 3/4 of the way through, the first time we see Wolfgang on the drums, where Eddie is playing guitar. Eddie looks like he's 11.
And was he like sitting on Alex's lap in that scene? Was that Alex?
So.
Whose lap was he sitting on?
That was Eddie. There was two different scenes.
I thought Eddie was in front of the kid, and I thought he was on Alex's lap at one point.
It cuts between two different scenes of him playing drums.
Okay.
The first scene, Eddie's playing the guitar.
Eddie has the mushroom haircut.
Yeah,
he has that mushroom haircut. Eddie looks like he's like 12 there. I was like, who's the kid on stage with Wolfgang? I thought it was like, you know, like crew kids were playing on the stage while the band was, you know, had finished their sound check, and now it was time for the kids to play around. I go, oh shit, no, that is Eddie.
Yeah, those are you know, shows at school, like talent show stuff, and Eddie would jam. And nerd alert, that was another PV Wolfgang that he played there that we'd never seen.
Yep.
You know, that one. And then they cut from one scene of him playing where Eddie's playing on the side to another scene where Wolf is a little older, and that's Eddie behind him.
Right.
I love the scenes where like Eddie is like kind of tapping a little bit on the neck of a guitar on the floor, and Wolf is just kind of like, you know, he's a toddler and he's just kind of like this, you know, and all I'm thinking of is, you know, like if I touched anything of my father's, even delicately, even as like a teenager, get your hands off my briefcase.
Oh yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about how much an Ernie Ball Music Man costs. All right, one of those guitars costs, and then think about that scene where Wolfgang is essentially climbing one in the corner. You know what I mean? He's like climbing. I'm like, and you know, for you and me, I mean, that's, you know, we're looking at that. Oh, Jesus, get him away from the guitar. But Eddie's like, let the kid play.
Yeah, and he's like, here, take Frankenstein and lick it. Whatever you want to do. I love you. Yeah, I didn't get that sort of love.
By the way, I also would like to congratulate Wolfgang Van Halen on being #1 on iTunes. It's good to see a struggling independent musician finally make good.
Nice. I'll tell you what, though.
I don't know if he would ever have had a chance. Poor independent musicians never get a break. Can you imagine this guy doesn't even have his first release out there yet?
No, and you know, all these dudes that were complaining, what was that, a year ago, about Billie Eilish not knowing who Van Halen was?
Oh yeah,
Wolfgang, she was #1. He took over #1. She's #2 now.
Right.
That's kind of ironic and funny.
But no, it's amazing. It's amazing. Like, it was basically overnight. You know, that song went to #1, and the video has like 1 million views or something.
Keep in mind, he's not making a dime off of that video. That's all going to charity.
No, charity.
That's the Mr. Holland's Opus Foundation that Eddie was supporting. The money that Wolfgang is making on that song, on that single, on that video, on whatever he's making, the
T-shirts.
merch. The merch. That's all going to that charity, and I think that's fantastic. This is the thing. It's like, you just gotta love the guy. He's so well adjusted, so polite, so great to talk. In public forums, in replying to things with class and intelligence and a well adjustment that you just would never dream some celebrity kid would have.
Well, and I think we've talked about this on both this show and on the Saturday night show. I am infinitely impressed with the kid. Not that my approval matters, but I think that all of us watching the grace with which he has handled all of this. And, unlike most celebrity kids, he is intimately involved in social media and communicating on a professional level with their audience, the audience of Van Halen, the audience of his own, the fans of his father and all that stuff, and always seems to handle it properly, even when he's furious. And you see like the trolls try to get him and try to bait him. He's just like, dude, he handles it really well. Again, he's 6 foot something and a heavyweight. Keyboard commandos are really tough and really cool and talk a lot of smack. And he's handled all of that with such grace. And I think that, again, for a 30-year-old who grew up in the era of social media, he's shown a lot of people how to handle this stuff. When you look at how people handle criticism in social media, guys like Sebastian Bach, guys like, the kid from Trapped. There's a great example. The kid from Trapped is probably about the same age, if not just a little bit older than Wolfgang Van Halen. And what an asshole.
I don't even know that guy.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
For once, I'm actually with Johnny in this. I haven't heard it or seen it.
Well, the band Trapped.
I don't.
No.
I don't.
Perfect.
No, the only anytime I hear the words trapped, I think of my father pushing me into a closet. There's no food for you. You'll come out when we're done with dinner. Please, Father, I'm trapped in here. That's all.
Perfect epitaph for that kid. That's a great example. Trapped was a band that had one of the biggest songs of the early 2000s. A song called Headstrong. You'd know it if you heard it. It's a piece of shit. It's mope rock to the ultimate degree. Hi, Ellie.
Mope rock.
That's why I haven't heard of it. It's miserable.
Yeah. It's hide in your room rock.
Oh boy.
And
Trapped. TRAPT.
Yep. And this kid, the kid
they're from Los Gatos.
Yes,
they're from just down the street.
Yes, they are. Which is Spanish.
Now Johnny knows them.
That's Spanish for the many gatos, by the way. I'm not sure.
Los Gatos. That's a very snooty area, man.
Yes, he's
we have many cats. Many cats. How many cats do you have? We have many cats.
Many cats. We have many cats. Lots of kids. Kids lift, kids rate. We have lots of kids.
There is pussy everywhere.
No. We don't get pussy. We just have gets.
I
No
see what
pussy.
you did there.
There is no pussy for us. But this kid is a lead singer of a band that has had more than some moderate success in the early part of the 2000s. Who can't deal with social media. He's kind of a douchebag to the highest order, and shows you exactly how not to handle it. Sebastian Bach, who is older than we are and can't handle it. You know what I mean?
But Bass has always been living in the world of controversy. That's his thing. He's drawn to drama like my mother.
But guys like him, guys like Zach Wilde, guys like Tommy Lee, who grew up famous, started in their teens, got famous, grew up in the era of social media, grew up in the era of the internet, and Wolfgang Van Halen handles it. Again, my favorite celebrity kids, Wolfgang Van Halen and both of Gene Simmons' kids. Let's face it, those Simmons kids too. I mean, and I guess it comes from, as much as we like to make fun of Gene, and we will all the time, incessantly, for a nominal
How
fee.
many people out there want to make fun of my partner Gene? Let's all make fun of Gene!
Yeah! But those kids and Wolfgang Van Halen are probably the most well-adjusted Hollywood kids I can think of.
Oh, totally.
Who else has kids that are that good? Although it seems that Robert Trujillo's kid is pretty well adjusted as well. Having gone on tour with Korn at 12.
I haven't heard about him, but I know Robert is very, very well adjusted.
Yeah,
he's
a good
very, very
he's
sweet.
One of the nicest guys.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the nicest guys in rock. Yep.
Too
nice to be in Metallica.
No, but Lars did an article the other day saying he has nothing to prove when all the haters can go. Yeah, but there are a lot of haters. Yeah, I love that.
You've always got a bullseye.
That's why I stay right on my knees. That and to make money. But no, look, Wolfie. Yeah. Wolfie's video, if you didn't at least tear up watching that, just seeing, between obviously missing Eddie already a month now, but also just the pure, joy of his life was Wolfgang, and just seeing it expressed like that was just so beautiful. I watched it a couple of times, and here's the thing: the song is good. The song is great. His other song is also great. He has the talent. It's not what you expect. It's not Son of Van Halen. It's Wolfgang. It's Mammoth. It's a different style, but it's great. He's a great singer. He's a great musician. And, he's a great writer.
It's got the exact, all the earmarks of its influences. Again, he's 30, so he grew up during a time when things like Nickelback and Default were sort of the template. And then it's got the new one, the one we have, that doesn't really have in a video, but it's just been sort of leaked out. Has a Tool feel to it, and has that. So those are all those things that he is a product of his influences, much like, Eddie was originally, and much like we are with regard to the bands that we grew up loving. Those things are certainly reflected in our musical choices and our musical tastes, and the things that we play. When you grab your guitar, what you play is really sort of what you're influenced by. Wolfgang, and for those people that are criticizing it, you got to understand that's his template. That's where he draws from. And it's true. And it may not be what you or I would write, because we're not 30 years old. We didn't grow up in that environment.
Well, next year, Johnny and I might turn 30, or we may stay 29.
Life is about choices.
My mother should never marry my father.
If you decide to change, just let you know that I will support you. I'm very supportive of change.
Well, I'm thinking of one of those Vinnie Vincent transitions, actually, but we could talk about it another time.
You've already got all the pink, so you're ready to go.
I know, right? Now all I have to do is not show up for the show, and it'll be complete.
And if you could only play 1,000,000 miles an hour and yet not play anything that's pleasing to the ear, that'd be good too.
And hey, for Thanksgiving, frozen dog. How does that sound?
Nice wig.
I'm going to wear a little puffier shirt to hide what may be breasts.
It's
You
funny.
never
He looks like Ileana Douglas.
He looks like what's her name? Nancy Wilson from Heart.
Maybe. Yeah, he definitely looks like Ileana Douglas. He's got those big, stupid, you know.
You can just stop at big and stupid. We could fill in a lot of blanks there. Just there's
But
some.
that said, I own the records. Why?
I love his work. I've always loved his. I say this every time we rag on Vinnie Vincent. I love his work. I love his work with Kiss. Vinnie Vincent Invasion is terrific stuff. Really, some of my favorite stuff from the 80s. I love the Invasion albums. But with that said,
Guilty as charged.
there you go. They're terrific. They're great. Both of those albums.
Sure.
Both of those albums.
Sure.
No, they are, Johnny. They really are. I know you haven't heard them, but they really are fantastic. They really are good. They really are good.
Johnny's never heard of Vinnie Vincent. Doesn't know who he is.
Johnny's like, isn't that a guy we mentioned on the show sometimes? Is he in the chat?
Yeah, it sounds like a fake name. I mean,
Yes.
It's not as stupid as Amir Durak, but what is?
Speaking of fake name, Ben Tom was saying in the chat earlier, is it true that Susie Cherry was a troll? Is that true?
I have no idea.
Someone mentioned that something went on with that. I don't want to confirm or deny if it is true or not, but apparently somebody in the chat knows this stuff.
We've been catfished?
Apparently, I don't know. It's not like I had like phone sex or video sex or anything I'm ashamed of and want to hide. Holy shit! I'm gonna be out in public and you'll see my little weenie.
There are a lot of pictures I'd like to recall.
Yeah.
I mean, I just know the name from the chat. I never
Ben
saw them
Thompson,
doing anything wrong. I mean, a troll,
Yeah. Hey, listen, troll. I welcome trolls if they sit here and enjoy the show and leave thumbs up. Leave thumbs up on the video. You could be my type of troll. You're not doing anything. Let's see. Ben Tom says Susie Cherry, Nikki Ice, and 2 male character names. Maybe it was Vinnie Vincent. Apparently we're fake. Yeah, I know. Everyone in the chat's like, what? I also sent Susie Cherry dick pics. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, fake names.
Hi,
I mean, who's this? I mean, is that really your mom?
No, that's not my mom. My mom doesn't.
Hi, Mama.
Yeah, that's not really my mom.
I mean, that could be them too. I mean,
My
who
mom
knows?
watches the show, but not in the chat. My mom just watches it in horror at home and says, I don't sound like that. I wish he wouldn't bring up things at home in the show. And, I shouldn't have told him that, Yeah, I've got a doozy of a story to tell you guys later, but
Sure.
we'll stay on Wolfgang for now. We have a lot to get to.
Yeah, and again, I'll be tapping out right around 8:00 my time. It's like 7:00 your time because work.
Turn to the left. Turn to the right.
So it doesn't get darker earlier there now, huh? It's just the same.
I mean, it gets darker earlier seasonally, but no, I mean it's 7:02 here right now, so no, it doesn't get. We don't get the rest of the world changes. It's really weird for us. Prime time now starts at 8:00 instead of 7.
But so all year round, it's the same.
Yeah.
The weather and the time is always the sun goes down at the same time.
Well, not the same time, obviously.
I don't know. I used to live there, but I was too young. I don't remember.
No,
Thank you, Plexiface.
We never gain or lose time. We never gain or lose that extra hour of drinking at a bar or any of that stuff. And everybody says, well, we turned the clocks back so you get an extra hour of sleep tonight. Nope, doesn't happen here.
You need a DeLorean to save your time. And then
to hide my cocaine.
Yeah, we all need to pull Biff Tannins. if the show sucks, which it usually does, we just go back and start the show again.
Oh no, we've been known to do that.
We have been known to do that.
I mean, that's easy.
The audience has always been like, how do they do that?
I mean, all I gotta do is push a button. That is a pretty good riff. Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Soquel, the Mitch Derby Lads, Bet, Mike Neese, Michael Smith, David Ennis, Dan Halen, Steve Carmichael.
I love that intro. I'm telling you. Welcome, everyone, to Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. I am John Mancuda. Here is my co-host, Neander Paul. There you are, Paulie. And, of course, the ever-great Johnny Beane in the house as well. How are you, Johnny?
Oh, hey.
We're live.
Oh, hey, hello, everybody.
We can wake Johnny up. Wolfgang Van Halen. Watch him perk right up.
I love the video was amazing, man. The song is amazing. 1 million views on that video.
Should we talk about that video
Incredible.
first?
Incredible.
Can we stop calling him Wolfie, though?
Why? What's wrong with Wolfie?
I mean, he's 30 years old.
Oh, he's a year older than Johnny and I, so... Sandra Picorni wants to know, is there a show and tell guitar hint? Yeah, tonight's show and tell guitar later is...
He's a guitar, and he'll show and tell you about it.
It's two birds, and it gives me wood.
Okay.
There's your clue.
Hang on. I have a dog situation I have to attend to.
I will, in the meantime, promote this new flavor of Bang energy drink. Look at this. Key lime pie.
Oh, you got it.
Not to be confused with beaver pie. Key lime pie,
Ugh.
delicious. Well, don't knock it till you try it, Johnny. Yeah, key lime pie, delicious key lime pie Bang energy drink. And you know what it tastes like, Johnny?
Key lime?
Key lime pie.
Sounds good.
It is actually delicious.
That sounds really good. Sometimes I get the key lime pie, what would you call it? There's some sort of key lime pie something. Yogurt.
Oh, I like that
I
too.
think there's key lime yogurts. Yeah.
Like Noosa? Noosa Greek yogurt has key lime?
Maybe, yeah. They're the ones that are like $1.
Supio, yeah, those aren't $1. Those are like $3.50. They're good. I mean, they have all sorts of yogurts. And let me while we're having Paulie with his dog situation, let's bring up a few of our other sponsors of the show. Let's talk about Swiss Picks, my favorite grippable pick. Look at these things. You want a good grip on your guitar? Try one of these bad boys. Check out and try Swiss Picks because they're fan-freaking-tastic. I swear by these things. And they also sponsored the Johnny Beane Halloween costume contest, as did our dear friends over at, look at these beauties, Vinum Custom Pickups. I'll just put this wire back here. Can't wait to get a white guitar to try this. I love these things. Look at that beautiful thing. That's a Mancuda custom request. Yeah, baby. Craig Vinum over at Vinum Pickups doesn't mess around. Hand-wound Vinum custom pickups. So check those out. Go to their website, as well as Tessie Switch. Johnny, you have one handy, don't you?
I do. Look
there
at
you go.
I got this one. I got this one. Tessie Switch.
Johnny's flying the colors of Tessie Switch.
Right there.
Tessie Switch also has a great website. Superior guitar kill switches and other fun accessories. Go to their website. There you go. So Vinum Pickups, Tessie Switch, Swiss Picks, and of course our delicious sponsor, Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn. Delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn. Mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon and get a discount. Do you believe they're even giving a discount on that delicious stuff? They should be charging double.
Shh.
Chocolate-covered cashews and all sorts of candy, along with delicious gourmet popping corn. The Chicago mix, man, that's the stuff. Mix of cheese corn and caramel corn. That
stuff's amazing.
Dude.
Dude.
Oh, man.
That garlic popcorn was incredible.
And
Well,
that's
right,
why
it was
that's why I
garlic,
didn't
right?
kiss you that night. That's why I didn't kiss you.
Yeah.
That. But
It
it's
was
delicious.
amazing.
It's
It was
delicious.
amazing.
Ben Tom likes when I say Jay Hoonan. I do that in the crazy Arab that owns Bang Energy drink voice. Jay Hoonan, John Bull, and Jay Hoonan and John Bull.
It'd be great if the people that did own Bang Energy were Arab, and they'd be like, "Fucking guy,
He's so racist.
you racist son bitch."
We send you new key lime pie flavor. This is the way you do this to us. You fist us. You fist us. You fist us. Yeah. It is delicious though. New key lime flavor Bang Energy drink. Give it a try. Tell them we sent you. So they know where to send the subpoena. And the cease and desist.
The penis.
So they know where to send some penis. Hi, Allie. That is kind of fun. And every time we drop something, it's like realization. Oh, geez, Jay's probably got his kids watching.
Yep.
Damn.
That's all right. Wait till Killian can. We're gonna teach Killian how to speak.
Oh,
We're gonna modify one of those speaking spells. Paulie and I are gonna sit there with a screwdriver and re-record things. And the cow goes, "Fuck me in the ass." The sheep
Hi,
goes,
Ellie.
"Use the Velcro gloves on me." The chicken goes, "Any cock will do." It'll just be one of those modified speaking spells.
I can't wait until Jay's kids have to go back to school. What did you kids do? What did you learn at home? Well, speaking spells are perverse.
Our daddy's on a show with, what was it? Big floppy titties? Is that what?
Big
What
floppy
did we-
titties.
Big floppy titties. That was it. Jesus. Jeannie's making an omelet. She cracks an egg and she just hears big floppy titties. What? Jay, turn that damn thing off.
They're doing it
Not
again.
On Tuesday. Not on Tuesday.
Assholes.
Yeah, my mother, I don't even know why my mother tunes in every week. She watches it as a rerun, and she's constantly just, I know she's just watching like, just endless moments of disappointment in the child she raised. Just, let's see what they're talking about on that show.
I'm not going to say who it is.
No.
I just got a LinkedIn notification.
Barracuda.
A LinkedIn notification for a large broadcasting company. You know, because when you're on LinkedIn, they send you job
Sure.
stuff. A large broadcasting company who shall remain nameless, who have spent the better part of the last month firing people, are now looking for part-time news anchors. So stupid.
Well, Sam Donaldson is available, I believe. Looking like Sarek. Looking like Sarek from Star Trek.
Ooh, yes. A Sarek reference. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that just made me laugh. Large broadcasting company who shall remain nameless. Who I guess we used to be part of that thing. This thing used to be a podcast as part of that company, and now they're not anymore.
Johnny?
Oh,
Yeah,
Johnny,
that company.
Johnny's like, oh, we're on the air still.
Yeah, that
Oh,
company
yeah.
that we used to be sort of
A part of.
vaguely associated with, just spent the better part of the last 4 weeks firing hundreds of people nationwide because they haven't been able to manage their finances properly. And now they're looking for part-time news anchors. Gee, I wonder why.
Real news or fake news? There's so many types now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Jeff T's asking how my mother is. Oh, I have a banner story to tell today. I'll get to it. I'll get to it a little later. I want to do a segment while Paulie's here. I want to talk about Guitar Center. Guitar Center is basically saying that they are going to declare bankruptcy, and it's going to be a restructuring so that they come back better than ever. I want to know how come they could miss a $45 million monthly payment and just declare bankruptcy. We pass it over and everything's okay and we're coming in better. And yet, if I miss the phone bill, I have to jump through hoops to get the phone reconnected. I mean, they're at like 12:01 a.m. and 1 second. And Mr. Mancuda, your phone has been disconnected. There's a $20 reconnection fee, as well as a $7 fee to talk to a representative. And it's like, I can't even get away with a phone bill. And Guitar Center can get away with like missing $45 million. And they're like, we're just going to use it to restructure. We're not going to make our payments. And it's okay. It's okay. We're going to be all right. What am I missing here?
I used to, when I was delinquent on a lot of my bills as a kid, I would start to research certain companies and find out what their financial situation was, so that when they would call and they'd say, "Hey, you're delinquent on your monthly payment," I go, "Yeah, so are you. Shit rolls downhill. Good luck," and I'd hang up on them.
What bills did you have as a kid? Were you like renting your skateboard and Tommy the Loan Shark? Hey, that money I lent you for the ice cream man the other day, it's kind of due. Mr. Softy that you wanted for 45 cents plus Vig, now it's 65 cents. I don't know, Paulie. What's the deal? You bought a pack of bazooka the other day, I saw, rather than making a payment.
You also just almost went into full-on Watto mode. What are you doing? I was thinking, the Vig for the bird. The Vig is the kid.
No, I was totally Italian. I did not slip into Judaism.
You almost slipped into full Watto.
I did not. I would know if I did not. I wouldn't know if I slipped into Space Jew, because that would be a
superhero.
That would be a different argument. See, there wouldn't be Space Jew. When you're Italian, then you're like, "Hey, Paulie, where's the money for the Mr. Softy?" But the Jews are like, "Paul, not for nothing. I lent you this money.
The money.
I have surcharged from the outstanding balance that I've loaned you, and it doesn't sit well with me, Paulie.
This money, I don't want it to define our friendship. Trust, there are so many things that should define our friendship. This money should never come between us. Nothing should come between us. This should be the least of our worries. However, I did do you a favor at one time, and fair is fair. It's only fair that you pay a man back for the courtesy and the credit that he has extended toward you. I'm not asking. I'm just suggesting. If you could find it within your heart sometime in the next 30 to 45 days to maybe return the funds to which I have.
So that when Mr. Softy comes around, or the good humor man, God willing, or something, that maybe I could enjoy an ice cream as well, God forbid. Should it fall on my shoulders that I want an ice cream and can't afford it because there's an outstanding balance right now?
The inability to buy ice cream should be the least of our troubles.
Look at him. He looks like a World War I soldier with a dick on his nose.
You should eat. Everybody, come on in. Eat.
What's funny is his nose isn't circumcised. Are we sure he's Jewish?
Oh, no. We're sure.
Definitely sure. Well, I thought it would save me some money if I didn't go to the mall. I bought this nifty hat that doubles up as a soup bowl, and I love pea soup, Annie.
Look, my people are very intimately acquainted with indentured servitude.
Well, I'm not going to say restitution, but, we did build the pyramids. We're the OG slaves, 400 years in the desert or 4,000 years. Who's counting?
Look at these hands. You don't think I've worked with these hands? Every day with the typing and the accounting.
He has 2 fingers.
And building, one in a pyramid mud, one in an accounting book.
Actually, literally, that picture looks like the beginning of a joke. 2 Jews walk into a bar. These 2 Jews walk into the Mos Eisley spaceport. They say, Greedo. all of a sudden, that has become Gilbert Gottfried. I know that we're here trying. Annie, come here.
Last time I saw Snaggletooth.
Is there something that I could put into these 3 fingers?
He has
I
2
would
fingers.
love to be as shocked as the rest of you, but I'm incapable of doing the shocker.
This is Chewbacca. He has a transport for you to do your little rescuing thing.
A Wookiee walks into a talent agent's office. He says, I've got a family act for you.
Ah.
The talent agent says, I don't need a family act. He says, listen, just listen to the act.
Wow.
So, Greedo, did you ever get that money back from Han Solo?
He doesn't like you. I don't like you either, but I'm willing to tolerate you. For the good of the Empire.
So these 2 droids walk into Mos Eisley. We don't serve their kind here.
Oh.
Oh dear, it's Space Jews. Space Jews, they're very finicky and persnickety.
That's funny. Who let Dr. Smith into the set?
Young William. William,
A
my boy.
baby Yoda walks into a club.
There he was eating frog eggs. Pickled frog eggs, I tell you.
Yuck.
They call him Hammerhead, but not because of what his face looks like. His wife gave him that name.
By the way, I think it is physically impossible for any of us to do that impression without getting way over physical. Like nobody's sitting there doing Gilbert Gottfried by going, 2 Jews walk into a bar. No, we had 2 Jews walk into a bar. Like you have to like
You got to be very animated. I mean, this is the thing.
Yeah.
You know, as a Jew, I have grown up animated. We talk with our hands. That corned beef was this thick and so much gelt. I mean, that's just what we do. You know, my mother. Yeah.
But anyway, getting back to Guitar Center, look, I put this up on Facebook earlier today. Look, regardless of how we feel about Guitar Center, anytime a music retailer is in financial trouble and could potentially go away, that's a bad thing. So whatever it takes for those guys to be able to restructure and get their shit together so that so that we can still buy our guitars and our gear and our parts and our amplifiers and the cords and the cables and all the other schmaltz that we need to make everything work, we should have them. We should want Guitar Center to still be around.
Even though I shop at Red Dragon, Capital Guitars, or Music Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, look, I spend all my money at Sweetwater, Zim's, Bizarre Guitar, but I will go to Guitar Center because they are as big as they are. They can carry parts that some of the smaller places can't carry. You know, things like toggle switch tips. And
do they though?
Oh yeah. Well, it's a decent one does.
I'd rather
A decent Guitar Center will have a decent parts counter.
I like Sam Ash better.
Yeah.
The Sam Ash we have here, and we only have one, is almost barren. It's like going into Best Buy right before, you know what I mean? Like all the shelves, there's like one thing on one shelf.
Like on the end of Black Friday.
Yeah,
like
it's very difficult. Very difficult to find anything at the Sam Ash here in town, in the one we have, and we only have one. But we have like 6 Guitar Centers. So yeah, again, anytime that any music retailer, brick and mortar store potentially disappears, that's a bad thing. As much as I might hate the way Guitar Center does business and allows monkeys to mishandle their guitar and then tries to charge you full price for a display guitar and all the shit that kind of comes with it. Hi, Ellie. I still think Guitar Center being around is a good thing. We want places to buy guitars.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I mean, I'm lucky in Hollywood. Our Guitar Center has a big vintage section
Sure.
that I go in and I play, old Les Pauls and old pre-CBS Strats, and that's like at my fingertips there. Plus that Walk of Fame and everyone's
Right.
handprints. And then our Sam Ash also is really well stocked, and that's where I usually go over here. I understand that, yeah, any big box guitar store going out is technically a bad thing, even though I prefer to give my business to the smaller guys. That's just me. But I mean, look,
not everybody is an educated guitar buyer.
Sure.
There's got to be a place. Look, they sell more Epiphones and Squires than they do Ernie Balls and Paul Reed Smiths.
Sure.
That's just the nature. So if that's the place, look, McDonald's isn't everywhere because it's good. McDonald's is everywhere because it's convenient. And Guitar Center is the McDonald's of the music industry. It's convenient. If you need a cable, Guitar Center down the street. And a lot of cities, smaller cities, don't have a Norman's Rare Guitars. They don't have a Bizarre Guitar like we have here in Phoenix. They don't have a place like Amoeba Records, using a record store analogy.
Sure.
They don't have that. So if the only thing they can get, if it's a choice between having a Guitar Center in your town or having to drive 50 miles to go get some Swiss picks, well then, okay, I'll go to Guitar Center.
Great plug.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Of course, by you, you're lucky to watch this. Of course, by you, you're lucky to have Zim's Guitars, which is, of course, a banner of service, a beacon of welcoming in Arizona. Certainly, Zim's Guitars services all your guitaring needs.
What I love about Zim's Guitars, and I'm not saying it's just because Dan has been a friend of mine for a long time.
I'm sorry, Zim's Guitars of Arizona is the one you're referring?
In Mesa. Yeah, it's right in Mesa. Right
Arizona.
Guadalupe, yes, Mesa, Arizona, right on Guadalupe Road.
Guitars in Arizona, yes.
The intersection of Guadalupe and Dobson, right there in that corner, right there. There was a shooting there a couple of weeks ago, so you'll probably
where I recognize it.
You'll be familiar with there was a shooting at the check cashing place right across. There's a drive-by, like 3 kids were killed. It's not
some disgruntled guitar store owner.
It's horrible. No, that's a true story. It's horrible. There was a horrible drive-by shooting right outside of Zim's Guitars. So come on down, bring the kids.
I was about to say, remember, make a family affair of it. Bring the whole family down to Zim's Guitars.
Cash plays.
You never know what you might find in there. Come on, take a shot.
Don't drive by. No, but one of the great things about Zim's is he's a musician, and anytime a music store is owned by a musician, you're going to get a better level of service. That's just the nature of it. He'll cut you a deal. He cares about making sure you walk away with what you wanted. He'll try and find stuff. And he wheels and deals old school, like when we were kids. You go into a music store and you could sort of cut a deal with somebody. He does like layaway for like people. Like if a kid walks in and sees a $300 guitar and can't afford the guitar, Zim will probably knock $50 off of it and then tell the kid he can pay him $25 a week until the guitar is paid for, which is
well,
awesome.
If your mom flashes me her boobs, I'll take 20 off. Sure.
Don't think that hasn't worked in the past.
Works for me. I mean, he gives me a discount every time I look at my shirt. Yep. So, yeah. Let's see. Bozique in the chat. How are you, man? James Stewart, Alex Radford. How are you guys?
Bozique. Everybody.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah. So, no, look, I don't want Guitar Center to go out. I just think it's mind blowing how like big corporations can get away with just wiping debts clean and saying, we'll try better next month. And I can't get my phone like reconnected without like jumping through hoops for a $20 missed payment.
Well, when it's all said and done, when you've got all these investment companies who are saying, hey, we've got $50 million invested in your company, and you owe us $35 million. And the company says, well, we can give you $10 million. It's either $10 million or nothing. So, more often than not, they say, okay, we'll extend it. Look, that's how credit works, man. That's why we're leveraged up to the tits in this country, because we have no problem with buy now, pay later.
I also have no credit. Welcome. Speaking of worthless endeavors, so I picked out a pick of the week that I kind of wanted to share with you guys, because sometimes, obviously we talk about like, AC/DC and the new Armored Saint and the new Wolfgang Van Halen or big band CDs that are really good that we want you to look out for. And once in a while, especially Paulie and I, either we'll find something in the stores that like, hey, I wonder if everyone knows about this or something like that. But some of the newer guys that are out there, they put out little self-made EPs that just deserve a look, and we last time I was talking about Phoenix Vanderweeden, who I think is like an incredible shredder and deserves you to buy her independent product. This week, while still supporting Phoenix, I want to introduce you guys. Paulie might know this guy already. Have you heard about him, Paulie? Trailer Park Vampire?
No.
No. Well, I like this guy. I came across his demo a while back, and he had, he had some mixed songs. Like one sounded like a Dawkins song, one sounded like an old Ace Frehley song. And basically what it was is he does this gimmick, sort of like, Alice Cooper or Kiss or something, where he does the makeup and stuff. And his gimmick is he's a vampire. He's a trailer park vampire. You get it. You can see him in there,
Looks like Michelangelo.
Yeah, but a little whiter in the face. But I got his first EP, 6 songs, and this one's called Waiting for the Night, and I liked it. It was kind of like all over the place musically. It's like I said, this one sounds like a Dawkins song. This one sounds like an Ace Frehley song. This one sounds like, a kind of like a vampire gimmicky kind of, like he's catering to a goth audience or something. It was all over the place, but there was some good tracks on it. 6 tracks on it. I liked it enough to like follow the guy. Well, he came out with this year, or just like a couple weeks ago, a new EP. And this one, he kind of evolved and he kind of came into his own to like find his sound. Like, it's no more, this one sounds like this one sounds like this all sounds like him. And I like the sound. It's not metal, it's like hard rock. Listening to this new one, it's called Trailer Park Vampire, A Blessing and a Curse. And there he is again. Same gimmick, the Alice Cooper kind of, makeup gimmick. Trailer Park Vampire.
It's kind of like Kiss.
Yeah,
kind of Kiss album,
kind of that rock and roll over kind of look, But what I like about it is it reminds me. I listened to it a couple of times today. I just got it, and it kind of reminds me a lot of like old Aldo Nova, like the Twitch album, or old solo Ace Frehley, because he's very big on playing a thick sounding Les Paul. He's very good at it, and he's got a nice voice. Again, 6 songs on the EP. There you go. And I like it. I mean, again, hard rock is very cool, and he's got a ballad in there I really liked called "Haunting Me." I thought that was really good. I'm a sucker for a good ballad, and this is a real good ballad. But this is, again, one of these independent musicians that, you can basically like never expect to find in a store. You'll never hear it on the radio. Maybe you'll trip over it on YouTube, whatever. But like, when I get something like this, or Paulie gets something like this, I want to see support for someone like this, because I like the product. And I think he's talented, and again, make them, affordable and whatnot for everyone. And he just likes what he does, whether you like or not like the gimmick. I like the style of music he does. And let's see, if you go to trailerparkvampire.com, it leads you to his Facebook page. Johnny, can you go on to that? So he's not yet. Johnny like went to tuck in the chickens. He's like, Mancuta's just
he's ripping. Let him go.
I usually do that later, but
I'm sure David Crosby is going, meh, Trailer Park Vampire.
Meh.
Meh, 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 vampire. More like meh, vampire. Yeah, this one he sounds pretty uniform, and I like his music, And this is one I just, like I said, you would never get publicity, but I think he deserves it. And I like to support indie bands and indie artists that
did you
really
see that there was
reasons.
Did you see that there's an indie artist who was #1 on iTunes yesterday?
I did.
A guy who's struggling.
Werewolf. I think he's played with him because he's a werewolf or something, and he's a vampire.
Right? Yeah. I think it is Halloween, so it makes sense.
Yeah, the total Halloween season. These guys should, But like I said, look, go ahead.
What I was just going to say, I think what you do is if you find somebody like that, like if you go, we used to talk about this before about supporting local music. If every musician in a scene, all right, every weekend commits to buying one ticket to another band in the scene, then the scene supports itself.
Sure.
Same thing in a situation like this. If you're a musician and you find an independent musician who has music available, and every musician commits to buying one other independent musician's product every week, then we're supporting the scene. And especially now, because we can't play live. You can't go out and play live anywhere. So if you find, Trailer Park Vampire, you go to his website or his Facebook site, and you see that you can spend $6, $8, $10 for his CD, whatever it costs. You spend the $10 for the CD. Well, that's the $10 you would have paid to see him live. So you can still support the scene. You can still support the scene in a way that rewards you. Because look, in the end, if you pay $10 to see a band, you've seen a band. If you pay $10 to Trailer Park Vampire now, you get the CD and you got that forever. So it's just an opportunity now to support the scene in a different way. We can still support music without having to go see live music, and who knows when that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and I used to listen to this first CD, and I like most of the songs, like probably about like 4 out of 6 I really like on this first CD. And a lot of them I noticed were like vampire themed, and I was like, boy, he's really leaning on that gimmick, the first song, Last Lovers Left Alive, She's No Angel, Van Halen. That's a guitar solo, Van Halen. Something
Van
wicked
Halen.
This way, something Van Halen. Steve Carmichael. Something Wicked This Way Comes. Have You Seen a Vampire Cry? And Drop Dead Blues.
I think every band at one point or another has written a song called Something Wicked This Way Comes.
This one I actually like a lot. Like I said, I'd say 4 out of 6 songs on this first CD I really like. And then, you got some filler and whatever. And again, Thunder Falcon asks, is it gothic? It's not gothic, but he has that look, but he's a rocker. So
kind of like Zodiac Mind Warp had that sort of same thing where he, that's where Rob Zombie stole his entire shtick was from Zodiac Mind Warp. But Zodiac Mind Warp, looking like the Johnny Depp character in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies and stuff. And yet you look at that, but his music didn't sound like that. His music didn't sound gothy in that way. It was much more sleaze rock, like, Circus of Power, that kind of stuff. Four Horsemen.
This first CD, I remember the song "She's No Angel" sounded a lot like Poison, and Something Wicked This Way Comes. It was just very catchy. To this day, it stays in my head. And then this new one, let's see. Again, very, I guess, like early '80s, like rock music. Not metal, not glam, but again, he has that Ace Frehley thick Les Paul sound. That's pretty cool. And he's good. Melodic.
Colleen Gray brings out Cry Wolf. Cry Wolf was a fantastic band that didn't get as much. Fantastic band. I got the record. The record is really good.
And last week we were talking about Johnny Crash and a couple of other bands. But this was made in 2020. Right. So this is one of these new, obviously influenced by the 80s, but something, like I said, Christmas is coming around. You're looking for stocking stuffers. Get a couple of CDs from these small guys, and him and Phoenix, and and then get a couple of mainstream like Wolfgang and AC/DC and Celtic Frost, and and support them. But support them all, because like something like this that probably charges like $6 or $7 for. I mean, it's a labor of love for them. I like to support these little guys.
I also like bands that put out physical product.
Yeah, and I like to buy physical product. Both you and I have talked about that we like to download and then have the CD. Like you could listen right now to Celtic Frost on YouTube. The whole thing, it's on there. But they put such a good effort in it. I mean, to me, it sounds like old Sabotage. It's a really good album, the new one. And like all the way through. And you want to have them come out with more product. And that's the way to do it. Drop, whatever, $10 and get the physical CD for your collection. It's the holidays. You should be buying, Christmas stocking stuffers and stuff. Right?
Yeah. No,
So
again, music is, to me, that's the kind of gift that it endures, and you never get tired of it. Especially if it's something that you love, you can go back and listen to something from 40 years ago. Like everybody has been talking about since the AC/DC record came out. You see a lot of people have been posting videos of Brian Johnson when he was in Geordie. I'm like, I have the Geordie catalog, and I love the Geordie catalog, and every once in a while I'll throw that on, or we'll hear about LA Guns and I'll grab the Girl records, where Phil and Phil from Def Leppard and Phil from LA Guns were in the same band together. You listen to those records, and those are records that are 40 years old now, and still fun as hell to listen to. So that's the beauty of music, especially if you find something you like. It never gets old. You never get tired of it. Kind of like the movies we love, the old references we make about, Star Wars and or the Muppets and or, Ferris Bueller, whatever references we make. Good music is timeless, and you can hang on to it forever. Now, some of it isn't. Some of it is of its time and disappears. But the great stuff, if you give that stuff to somebody else, it's like passing along a little piece of yourself.
Yeah, and again, I've always said this. I buy a CD if there's one track that I like, because that's worth whatever $6, $7, $8 to me, for one track that I really like. I will listen through in a used store and have them just like play 10 seconds of each one, or on, Amazon or eBay or whatever, little preview of a few seconds of a song, just to hear if there's something in there. If there's even one song I like, I'll drop the money on it because I want that music. And you're not going to find it on downloads,
And digital music sounds like shit.
Yeah.
It just does. Compressed music sounds like shit.
I think it's all a fad. We're going to get back to our good old Victrolas.
I will tell you this, though, that's pretty amazing. I had somebody hit me up today on the show
with a Victrola.
No, but was asking about, asking about where the best place in town to actually buy vinyl is, because she was gifted a turntable and listened to a record that she hadn't heard in so long and wants to experience that again. And she said, why the hell are these records $31.99? I mean, that's the amazing thing, is vinyl has not only come back, it's 7 times as expensive. Those records that we were paying $4.98 and $5.98 for are now $31.
Well, because it's all like special edition, blah blah blah, vinyl collectors. Okay. It's probably stronger now too.
Out of print stuff, and anyone who has one of those Flintstones ones with the bird with the beak that you just I mean, anyone that still has one of those,
you think you have it tough.
Yeah. Ow, my aching beak. I mean, that's there's a town I know where the hipsters go called Bedrock. Twitch. Yeah.
Hello, dum-dum.
Hello, dum-dums. I love the Great Gazoo. Great Gazoo was the first in the closet character in cartoons. I just love that.
I also think that's partially where they stole Stewie Griffin from, was the Great Gazoo.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, especially with the big head and everything.
Yeah, the football head.
Yeah.
It's just always funny when you'd see, oh, Fred, we really need the Great Gazoo. Yeah, Bon, we need Gazoo. Gazoo!
Bonnie!
We need you. Oh, hello, dum-dums. I was just over at Glory Hole. The what? Yeah.
You don't realize that Lemmy is not having any of this shit. This is like the most she's barked during a show ever. She's like, it's time for us to go out.
Yeah, now we're going to go, hi, Lemmy.
Hi, Lemmy. What?
Hi, Lemmy.
And Ace just steals her ball. Lemmy lets it happen.
My mom stole my dad's balls. They're still in a drawer.
Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby girl. I told you.
Thrash Metal and Fun Riff says Harvey Korman played Great Gazoo.
He did.
How great is that? How great
is Harvey Korman, yeah. And I love that you got it right, Thrash Metal and Fun Riffs. Great Gazoo, not kazoo.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's this is a kazoo.
Right, yeah.
That's a kazoo. This is the Great Gazoo.
Yeah, my two favorite voiceovers that people don't know, Harvey Korman as the Great Gazoo and Vincent Price as the evil doctor in all the Warner Brothers. When you know,
get you,
bunny rabbit. Yeah, the fact that Vincent Price would do those voiceovers was great for all the old Gossamer cartoons.
Oh, monsters are the most interesting
people. Again, another complete in the closet character that, you know, as a kid, gay hairdresser.
Yeah,
you don't know who that is. As an adult, you're like, oh my God, Bugs Bunny was the gay hairdresser.
Well, now you realize like Bugs was always in drag, like constantly.
Yes,
like you know.
And Wile E. Coyote wanted to bang Bugs. How weird is that? Little did you know that you would someday marry a genius.
and of course, Pepe Le Pew never got permission. No consent, Le Pew.
Yeah, Pepe Le Pew. Little rapey. Slightly rapey.
A smidge. It's like, just because
you
are struggling doesn't mean I should ask permission.
I don't know. You there. Little rapey. Little rapey. You. Little rapey.
I love it. Anyway, so there you go. Trailer Park Vampire, Phoenix Vanderweeden. Support the smaller artists because they deserve our support.
And by smaller artists, we mean Ronnie James Dio, who was the most amazing voice, but not tall enough to get on the great rides at Six Flags.
And yet very appropriately an elf. Even as a Hollywood.
By the way, if you've never listened to the Elf records, they're actually pretty good.
Everything with Dio is good.
Yep.
Dio is one of the greatest frontman voices of our time. Truly a guy who could sing.
The Elf records were good. I have some Ronnie and the Red Cap stuff. It's pretty good. I mean, you know, Ronnie Dio was he was pretty amazing.
I have not heard the Red Cap stuff.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I've got
What year was that?
Hold on. It's like 50s and 60s. Hang on. Let me see if I can grab it. There's a great Dio early years compilation that I found for like $5. Again, $5 well spent. Let me grab it.
Isn't it amazing how like some of the best stuff you find in like a used record or CD store is always like dirt cheap, no matter how awesome and rare it is.
There you go. I stand corrected. It's Ronnie Dio and the Prophets.
Oh, there you go.
So there's some great stuff.
When was that?
Jesus, I don't remember.
I wasn't even a sperm then. Jesus.
But the interesting thing about it, there's like 40 tracks on here.
It's mind blowing.
Wow, I didn't know that. So he was in a
doo-wop bands.
A doo-wop.
Yeah, he was born in a town in New Hampshire called Portsmouth, New Hampshire. He's a Navy brat, and his father was stationed in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And this stuff is fantastic. It's like him doing like Ray Charles, like What I'd Say and stuff like that. Like really good shit. But there's something for you to look forward if you're interested. 28 tracks on here, 4 previously unreleased. Previously unreleased.
Just what you always wanted. Hey, great news. We have new Dio unreleased tracks that we found in the archive. The bad news, it's we're a ship without a storm. We're a cold without the warm. Light inside darkness. Oh, let it please. Yeah.
I bet I could probably we could probably play some of this and not get red flagged for it, but I'm not going to chance it because this show is gold. Gold, Jerry. Gold.
It's like peach soup, Jerry. Mendy's the best. The best. Just like Watto recommended to me. What was I gonna say? I just lost my track. Oh, Dio. Dio in a doo-wop band. It's just kind of mind-blowing, the thought of it,
It's very good. It's very good. Again, music nerd stuff right there. There's a great example of when I found out Dio was in a band like that, I immediately looked for it. I'm like, oh, I got to have it. I got to hear it. I got to hear what it sounds like. It's great. It's exactly what it was. It's of its time, late 50s, early 60s, doo-wop stuff. People don't realize Dio didn't get big until he was like in his 50s. He had already had a career by the time he hooked into Rainbow. The Electric Elves had an album out. Elf had 2 albums out. He did a single with Ronnie and the Redcaps, I think in 1958, something like that. And then the Prophets records. I mean, and you got to remember back then it was all about singles. So those guys were in the studio. They bang out 15 songs in a day.
Mm-hmm.
So and just realizing that there's 40 tracks of Ronnie in a doo-wop band. It's not like, you could say William Shatner, Mr. Tambourine Man, Mr. Tambourine Man. I mean, you realize like, okay, he's got a track here, a track there. There's like a little joke track of it. There's not like 40 songs like that, but Dio in a doo-wop band, we're the last in line. We're the last in line. We're the last in line. Ooh up, last in line. Yeah, kind of fun. Johnny acts like I just pulled my vagina out.
I'm just not into the doo-wop myself.
You think we are? You think Paulie and I are coming in with slick back hair and
here you go.
Johnny Beane, why does this show always blow?
I hope that's not a hit.
It's not. Nobody's going to.
Well, we're flagged.
We're already flagged. It's not a hit.
We're flagged so much they're like sitting there with semaphore flags, like we're backing in an airline,
Thunder Falcon must think we're new at this. Do you know why Michael Bolton had long hair? He played in metal hard rock band before adult. Do I have to get the Blackjack record out?
Wasn't he also like up for some big role in some band they wanted to audition him in?
Jumpio.
Yes, we're well.
Wasn't Van Halen or something? Something like that.
Michael Bolton was absolutely in a band called Blackjack with a guitar player named Bruce Kulick. Maybe you've heard of him.
Yeah, and Bruce is in so many bands.
He also has a very fantastic hard rock album called Everybody's Crazy, which, if you haven't heard it, it's just outstanding. Great record.
Nice. Good times.
And you've heard the song in the movie Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
Well, I'll tell
you, Thornton Mellon.
Oh, boy. Hey, everyone. This show sucks.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, leave a thumbs up anyway, please, if you watch it right now. Yeah, we really appreciate that.
My dogs are freaking out because my Vans. I wear the checkerboard Vans, the old school Spicolis.
Mhm.
They are disgustingly fungi infested, and I put them in the washing machine tonight, and they've been in the dryer for like the past 40 minutes,
Oh
thumping
no.
around in the dryer. So the dog's like, "What the fuck is that noise?"
The house smells like foot.
Yeah. Oh no, my feet are disgusting right now. They're gross.
Oh, hey, Fred, can you start the car with those?
I've been outside with the dogs, walking around outside in the birds. I've been walking out barefoot all around. I'm like, shit, I gotta take a shower now.
Damn, yeah, trapped by that infernal shower again.
Damn hygiene.
Speaking of Gene Simmons, hi Gene.
Hi, Gene.
Michael Bolton, you say?
The kid, he wrote a bunch of songs for a band called Kiss.
Oh, I love that. Let's see. Looking at the chat.
Yes, Colleen, In a Metal Mood is a fantastic record. Hilarious. Pat Boone did the whole metal supper club thing long before Richard Cheese. Although Richard Cheese is good too.
Dog shit pantyhose in the chat. There's
It's a great name for a band.
it sure is.
Yeah.
If no one's stolen it by the end of the week, Paulie, we're renaming popcorn.
Yep, we have to. Well, you saw JoJo was in the chat earlier.
I saw him. We're told not to talk to him per our lawyers.
Right.
Yeah. Meh.
Meh.
Meh. Cuda. Meh.
Oh, that right paw went right on my nutsack. Thank you. Oh, that hurt. Oh.
Let's talk back on the Wolfgang thing.
Oh, that was hurt.
We gotta at least mention on Wolfgang that whole kitchen sink, because we didn't touch on that. I know they did the other night, but I got
a couple minutes, so yeah.
Okay.
Red Zeppelin broke up Thunder Falcon.
Yeah, the whole thing. If you guys didn't hear with Wolfgang, he was basically revealing that we already knew there was plans to secretly possibly get a little reunion back together with Sammy and Michael Anthony if Eddie had healed up. But what we didn't realize was the big plan possibility they were thinking was going to be called the Kitchen Sink Tour, and it was going to have everybody, including Eddie insisting Wolfgang probably play a few songs, including David Lee Roth and Sammy, along with Michael Anthony. I mean, the whole 9 yards. Even Gary Cherone was being tossed in there as well, so that basically everyone who was in Van Halen was in this concert tour.
Mm-hmm.
That blows my mind. I've seen lesser bands do it, like Halloween. They did a tour with all 9 members that were ever in the band, rotating and performing their own songs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, did it with the Union tour.
There's a couple of great examples. I think it's a great idea. Could you imagine what could have been with that? How cool that would have been. So there would be. Come on. Dave singing with the Dave songs, Sammy with the Sammy songs, Gary sitting off stage waiting to do his one song, and Michael Anthony doing all that, that chorus.
Mm-hmm. As a real fan, I mean, like myself, of course, that would have been amazing to see everything in one show. But, I could see, fights breaking out in the audience of the Roth versus Hagar people. Or like half the audience would leave during the Sammy songs. All the Roth people would go use the bathroom.
During the Sharon songs, everyone would hit the beat traffic out of the stadium.
Well,
Sharon sings "Jump" at the end. So everybody.
Well, he'll redo his doo-wop records. He also has a record out.
It was what we had suggested. We had mentioned this before, the idea of Wolfgang opening for Van Halen, getting up, maybe playing second guitar, something like that would have been fun to watch. But I don't know that they would have been able to get people would have walked away unhappy because they wouldn't have got enough of one or the other. You know, no matter where we are in life, they would be like, well, they didn't play enough Sammy stuff. They didn't play enough Dave stuff. They didn't play this song. They didn't play that song. Why did they do that? That was stupid. It's just the way we are as a society now.
I don't think the Sammy people would be the ones complaining.
Yeah, it would be
It would be the Roth. It'd be all the Roth people.
But you know what? The problem is both parties of the Sammy and the Roth camps would be furious that they're like, well, we got to give Gary at least a couple of songs. I mean, he's on tour. What are we going to give him? One song? We got to give him a couple. And people are going to launch like through the roof about that.
He would have got 2 songs. He would have got Fire in the Hole and Without You. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
That would have been it.
Gary would have been able to join in on the big handhold ending. You know,
yes, they would have done the big Metallica Big 4 jam at the end where everybody's on stage and Gary goes up to a microphone next to Michael Anthony and sings backgrounds for, you know, Beautiful Girls. They do Beautiful Girls and it lasts 8 minutes so that everybody can go, oh yeah, Beautiful Girls, you know, that kind of thing.
And then they'll fight over who should have given the final kiss. Sammy's kiss sounded way better than Roth's. No fucking way. Are you kidding? Don't let Gary do it. No, Gary was the JoJo the Chimp of Van Halen. I mean, that's the reality of it.
He never had a fair shot.
Flinging.
It didn't help that the songs just weren't there. I mean, look, he was there. Number one, he never had a fair shot because who can come after Sammy or Dave? And then Eddie was at his worst in his worst health. So, I mean, there was a conspiracy of failure that lined up to make that thing not work. And I do not blame Gary Cherone because he is a fantastic singer.
Yeah, great vocal.
Arguably the best lead singer Van Halen has ever had. Yeah, he's vocally he is as superb a vocalist as there is out there.
He's
a fantastic front man, and just was not he was in a no-win scenario.
With Van Halen, he was trying to be Sammy. That's the problem.
He was told to be Sammy.
Regardless, it doesn't make anyone like the new Ace Frehley any better in Kiss.
I understand.
Tommy Thayer,
but that's the no-win scenario.
Yeah. Well,
Extreme are a fantastic band.
They are, absolutely, and he's a great frontman. I'll give it to him.
And he's a great singer and a great songwriter.
Just the wrong fit.
Yeah, it was round peg square hole situation. Wrong guy for the job. On paper, it should have worked. On stage, it didn't.
In that kitchen sink tour, if they had done that, again, Wolfie would have done 2 songs or something just because Dad wanted him as a part of that. But like everyone wanted Michael Anthony doing the chorus on all of them pretty much. And then you have you can't do like Roth era section, then Sammy, then Gary. You certainly can't close with Gary. You'd have to mix it up. Like, Dave comes on for these 2 songs.
I think they could.
Here comes Gary.
I think they could. I think they could have done it where they started with the Roth stuff, like the earlier stuff, and then went on, and then took a break, middle of the show, do the Hagar stuff.
No,
and then you end with Gary coming out.
Everyone will be in the parking lot driving away. No one will.
But no. On the Gary stuff, everybody would play.
Yeah, I still, Paulie, back me up on this. Come on.
No, I don't think there's room for Gary outside of 1 or 2 songs.
That's it. They'll mix it up. You'll have Roth.
Yeah, but they'd be at the end. They'd be at the end. The Van Halen 3 stuff. They'd close with the Van Halen 3 stuff.
If you do it properly, they have Van Halen, they do the Gary stuff, and then they close it with the different kind of truth stuff with Wolfie on stage playing bass.
Yeah.
If you're going to go through the timeline,
that's where he would fit for sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you're going to do the whole timeline, cool. then you do the whole timeline. The unfortunate part is, again, and I saw what you wrote, Thrash Metal. I think you're wrong. Extreme are a superior band, much better than they've ever been given credit for, and much better than peers who had outsold them and outdrew them in much bigger arenas. Fantastic band, came too late, and their best stuff came out at the time when music didn't favor them. grunge became a thing right when Waiting for the Punchline came out. And Waiting for the Punchline is a fantastic rock record.
Well, I think Extreme was good, but I think, and you're going to hate me for this, I think they were overrated for as much attention as they got in that time period. They were good. They were, look, Nuno, great guitarist. Gary, great vocalist. Do I think they were as big as they've been hyped? I don't. I don't see them bigger than like some of their peers that came out at the same time that, you know, really weren't as hyped.
Like who?
I mean, look at, you know, White Lion.
I think Extreme is a better band than White Lion.
Really?
More than Words
Yes.
is a better song than anything White Lion did.
Absolutely.
Little Fighter? Wait.
I'll take Decadence Dance over Little Fighter.
Oh, I didn't even like Decadence Dance.
I don't even like any of them.
Oh no.
Yeah. I put Extreme right next to Mr. Big. The problem is they got famous on a ballad and nobody dug any deeper. They got famous on, you know, same thing with Mr. Big. To Be With You and Green Tinted 60s Mind, nobody went any deeper. Or Wild World, their cover of Wild World, nobody went any deeper. Same thing happened with Extreme. You got More Than Words and Wholehearted. Nobody went any further. They didn't care. And that's an unfortunate, you know.
And it was because Nirvana came out right after all that.
Exactly.
And it was done.
Yes. When
Wholehearted was my favorite Extreme song. That I'll give you.
Yeah, there. If you go back and listen to stuff like Cynical Fuck and There Is No God and things that off of that Punchline record, they're outstanding songs, outstanding rock records. But again, that ship has sailed.
But who do you think is a better guitarist between Nuno Bettencourt and Vito Bratta?
Nuno Bettencourt.
Really?
Yes.
Johnny,
absolutely.
Nuno, yeah.
I'm going to take Vito.
Right.
In the chat, who do you think is a better guitarist between Nuno and Vito? Again, maybe I'm wrong, but I think Vito was a better overall guitarist.
I think those three guys are better.
and certainly that guy in the middle.
Paul Gilbert is a fantastic, you know, Nuno and Paul Gilbert, you know, have that. Again, that's why I say Extreme and Mr. Big are paralleled in that way. They're both outstanding bands and better than a lot of bands that were bigger. The catalog, if you go top to bottom with Mr. Big and Extreme and put them up against several bands who had bigger hits and drew more people to crowds, I still think the catalog are stronger. I think the music holds up better. I think they're better songs. I think both of them got screwed. They were both. The timing was awful for them.
No
the timing was awful for both of them.
Colleen brings up a really good point. Nuno, because he kept playing. I got to give you that one. I got to give you that one.
You know, Bozique, I would, you know, it's easy to say that Vito is an EVH ripoff, and there's certainly an argument to be made there because there's an awful lot of Eddie Van Halen in Vito's playing. But there's more to it too. But there's more to it there too. There's more to Vito than Eddie Van Halen. And I think that I think that some of that you see some of that on the later White Lion stuff, you know, and I think that, you know, Main Attraction got overlooked. I think that some of those demos that have come out after the fact get overlooked. He's a fantastic player. I think Nuno's a better player, but I think all of those guys, I think White Lion is a better band than a lot of the bands that did better than they did and drew more than they did. I think White Lion's a better band than a lot of bands that John and I like.
I'm going to have to yield Nuno to you because the chat basically is probably on a 2-1 probably on Nuno to Vito. I'm going to say.
Yeah, Nuno's a fantastic guitar player.
They both are, of course.
Yeah. They both. I mean,
but
really,
I've got to yield. The chat kind of agrees with you.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win for everybody. I mean, you can't go wrong with either of those guys. I think Vito is a far better guitar player than he ever gets credit for. I think White Lion had the same issue that Mr. Big, and you know, you said it. You're a sucker for a power ballad, Well,
Yeah.
I mean, When the Children Cry was a hell of a power ballad,
Agreed.
you know?
Jay Hannon agreeing with Nuno. Yeah, I mean, Nuno, the Nunos have it. The Nunos have it.
And Nuno,
2/3 to 1/3, it looks like.
and if you're interested, you should check out, Nuno had a couple of other a band called Mourning Widows, another band called Population One. He does have a huge catalog of stuff outside of Extreme. He's also Rihanna's touring guitar player and goes out and plays all that stuff too.
And did you know back in his early career he was in a doo-wop band
With Ronnie James Dio.
Yeah,
with me and Paul?
Yes.
Paul Gilbert. This guy got kicked out.
Yeah, you know what the name of that you know what the name of that doo-wop band was? The Three Tourettes.
Fellas.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Nuno's an outstanding player. And again, the thing that he has and the thing that Paul Gilbert has, and even the thing that Vito has, they all have the same thing that Eddie had, which is an amazing right hand for rhythm. You know, the Malcolm Young, the rhythm.
Plenty of rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got guys that, I mean, it's one thing to be able to shred, and you know, we can name the Malmsteens and all those guys left and right.
Sure.
But if you can't write a rhythm, if you can't get locked in with your rhythm section and groove, then you're just a shredder. And those guys are a dime a dozen. You can see them every weekend at a Guitar Center until they claim Chapter 11.
Right now, Ingve is watching the show and he's like, What did he say? What did he say? Just a shredder? Do you see all these empty cabinets? Marshall's behind me. Just a shredder?
It's funny. Wayno in the chat, who was the drummer in our band years ago, pointed out that we were turned off to Extreme in the 90s. And it was true, because everybody in Boston decided that, you know, like we call it the Creed of the Week syndrome. When one band gets signed, all of a sudden every band in the scene changes their sound to sound like that band.
Oh, sure.
We didn't do it, but we did write a song about it called Riding the Tails. And in this song, our guitar player would rip into one of the lyrics in the song was, and everyone around you starts to sound extremely alike. And our guitar player ripped into the riff for Decadence Dance. And to a man, every guy in every band that was ripping off Extreme came up to us and they were like, dude, that's my favorite song you guys do. Not realizing we were like, you morons. The whole thing was a goof. Of course, we ended up as failed musicians and sitting here on a Tuesday night on YouTube. But true story, you know, one band, if one is good, 10 must be better. And it never was the case.
Well, it's like we were talking a couple of weeks ago, Scatterbrain, that song off of Scamboogery, Tastes Like Chicken.
Tastes like chicken.
They're making fun of all the bands that are coming out sounding exactly the same.
Yep. I
Great
love that song. I
love that song too.
I love Scatterbrain. Big Scatterbrain fan. Love that band.
Blah,
and again,
blah, blah.
Again, great example of a band that was way more musically talented than anybody ever knew. Those guys were damn good musicians.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and they had a couple of incarnations we were talking about. What was it? Scatterbrain, and there was what was the other before Scatterbrain? What were they called?
Ludachrist.
Ludachrist. Thank you. There you go. I know I could, because I remember bringing one of their guitars on for show and tell. And
Ludachrist.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, great band.
The Scamboogery record is fantastic. And, you know, and the only people, for those that don't know who Scatterbrain is, look up Down with the Ship. Down with the Ship is a great song because
that's funny.
It's
funny
a sample
video too.
A sample of all of these great classic rock riffs, except the band doesn't sample them. They play them all in the middle of a song. And then Don't Call Me Dude, which is the only thing that anybody knows.
Yeah, everyone remembers that song. The guy in the mental asylum. And then I thought I was cured. And he said, good luck, dude. Dude!
No, it's great. And they do a Three Stooges references. Slowly I turned. Fantastic. You know, Mr. Hellstorm brings up great. My favorite Steve Vai record is the one with Devin Townsend on it. The Sex and Religion record is my favorite Vai record. Love that record.
Passion and Warfare was mine. And, maybe it was because it was like his first real big solo album after David Lee Roth,
Sure.
Other than like Flexible and stuff. But
but Flexible was so Zappa-like. It was so.
But that's what it was. That was like coming right off of Zappa. Flexible and Flexible Leftovers were like right out of Zappa,
Yep.
Which, again, you could still distinct that it was Vi. There's still certain nuances, but it's not like Passion and Warfare, with audiences listening.
That was his coming out party, obviously. And I'm a huge Vi fan. I just think I love Devin Townsend as a talent, and I think the songs, when Vi decides to put together a band, it's a great friggin' band.
Oh yeah. And he's more experimental. I mean, Vi's very experimental in like everything he does, which is great and fun and sometimes quirky and weird, but like it's always interesting, and very distinctly him. You could listen to something weird and go like, okay, I know who that is.
Yeah, the sad part about it is he's made with the Gem, he's made a guitar that is so distinct tonally that anybody that plays a Gem sort of sounds like Vi.
Well, I think it's got to be like the Eddie Van Halen syndrome where, you could play Frankenstein and you won't sound like Eddie, and Eddie can play a Hello Kitty guitar and it's like, wow, that's Eddie. I think Vi has the same thing.
Yes and no.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite. What I'm saying is anybody, if they pick up a Gem and plug in, the Gem, for whatever the way it's set up or the way that the pickups or whatever's using it, has Vi's tone to it. The guitar brings out that tone when you play it. It sounds Vi-like. It's very difficult to have your own tone playing a Gem, which is why so few people play them.
Is that true?
Interesting.
Jay, are you listening?
Yeah, I know.
What do you think, Jay?
Right now, Jay's like snapping the neck over his knee.
I love them, but there are only two.
Should have stuck with Weasel. Should have stuck with Weasel. I'm sending it back.
Guys play Gems. You know who plays a Gem and it sounds great? Was Harry Cody from Shotgun Messiah. He played Gems and RG 550s.
Steve Vai, I'm sorry, CC DeVille also played a yellow Gem at times. What's his name from Hurricane? Robert Sarzo? Robert Sarzo played a 570.
Yeah, I have him on Facebook.
The Gems are outstanding guitars, but they do have a tendency to tonally, especially when you get up in that high end of the neck, they sound like Vi. Now, obviously, unless you've got
I know
that
what
kind
it
of
is.
Auto technology. What is it?
They all have that same sound because of the monkey grip.
Yes,
the part that's cut out.
Grip.
That's probably
yes.
No, that's probably why.
You're missing No, it makes sense. You're missing a chunk of wood that does resonate. You pretty much are playing those same pickups, and for that much, you have a scalloped fretboard up in that other upper registry if you're playing up there.
Yeah, Mr. Hellstorm brings. Yeah, I mean, comes one and back good, and he did sound like Steve Vai. Of course, he can play like Steve Vai too.
Yeah, well, wouldn't that be nice if the rest of us could?
Nope.
Yeah, Thomas has been on here a couple times.
He's one of those guys.
We've had McRockland.
Yeah, there's certain guys like Vi. When I forget who mentioned this on Saturday night, where some guys are playing and you see them play and you just go, why bother? I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to be able to do that.
You said that.
No, other guys have said it too. I think
probably John Biel.
Caleb or John Biel. Somebody else has said it too, and I was like, yup. Mm-hmm.
I can't even remember Saturday nights. I have no memory of Saturday nights ever.
Johnny tries to block out the trauma.
Yeah, Bacon Jr. does bring it up, though. Ralph Macchio did beat Vi at the Crossroads, so there's that.
Nice.
Jack Butler gonna like you.
What are these guitars? There's a guitar I wanted to bring up. Give me a second here. Let's see.
I have heard of Slick Toxic. I don't know enough of their music to have an opinion.
I liked Slick Toxic,
but I bet you Mancuda does. Yeah,
I liked Slick Toxic. We were we actually mentioned them last week. Slick Toxic, because someone brought them up as well. We brought up a couple of fun, obscure bands last week. What are these guitars? there's a guitar that Music Zoo had. I forgot what the name of it is. It begins with an S, and it's like missing like 1/3 of the body. What is it?
Strandberg.
Strandberg. That's it. Talk about a guitar that like I don't know why does anyone want to play those? Is it just me, or are they the ugliest fucking things alive?
I don't. Strandberg
Johnny, can you
guitars do nothing
bring
for
up
me.
one of those monster ugly things?
To be accurate, Music Therapy Labs, kind of. Jack Butler didn't really beat himself. Ry Cooder played the first part of that, and then when it gets into the classical piece, that classical ascending riff, yes, you can hear it. Actually, if you listen to the song, you can hear where Cooder stops and they punch in the Steve Vai part, clearly because of the picking. Just the way, again, it goes back to that. It's in the fingers, the attack of that. So yes, there are two guitar players in there that beat Steve Vai. It was technically Ry Cooder at the beginning, and then Steve Vai beat them in the second part of it for
in the
Eugene's Trick Bag.
In the same scene, in that one scene.
That one scene, if you're listening to that solo,
I've never seen the movie, so I'm gonna have to watch it.
How did you not see Crossroads? How did you not see Crossroads?
What's wrong with you, man?
That's one I would have guessed that you could see. Look at that ugly thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I've seen it, but I've seen it once, and that was like when it came out.
Holy crap! Look at this ugly partial guitar. This is one of those things like you look on eBay and you see like some idiot like took a saw to a BC Rich Warlock, and you're like, why? And here's what these things are, and look how expensive they are. These Strandbergs.
You know, it's interesting. They it's basically the new version of the Parker Fly, is what it reminds me of. It's
ugly.
It looks like something. Again, it's something Adrian Belew would play. It's something that a jazz fusion player would play. It's not something I can see. You know, it's no
metal
it's
guy.
Not that,
yeah,
it's not that much different than that shitty Steinberger that Vito Bratta used to play. That white one.
Well, I was never a fan of the Steinbergers either. I missing that headstock looked stupid, but Vito obviously, you gave him a pass because he was so good. But I'm looking at these, and it's like there's not a good, even section of it. It's like I can't say I like the top horn, the bottom, the back. It just looks like crap.
Yes, Mr. Hellstorm, great example. Robert Fripp would play that guitar. Pat Metheny could play that guitar. Somebody who does Al Di Meola could play that guitar.
Pat Morita could play that guitar.
Somebody that's into that.
Ugly guitars.
Yeah, I could see Marty Friedman playing that, when he's doing some of his new age records. Guitars are a work of art, and art is subjective. So,
well, that's a work of fart.
They're subjective, man. I'm sure somebody likes them.
Well, I noticed Jay Hannon hasn't returned one.
Yeah, Alan. Yes, if it hasn't been, it's not a guitar unless Jay Hannon has returned it. That much we know.
Not a credible guitar.
Yep, you could see Alan Holdsworth playing that guitar, no problem. It's Stanley Jordan. I could see Stanley Jordan playing that guitar.
I could see Michael Jordan playing.
Yeah, KXM Rock. Yeah, I'd play one. I would try one. But I think that body shape it's mainly. It looks like it's mainly built for sitting down. If you look at it,
sure.
Because you see that how balanced. It looks really balanced.
It looks really light, obviously, because half the damn guitar is missing. I don't know that.
I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I've seen uglier guitars. But I wouldn't spend, especially with the money they want for them.
I could see someone drunk designing that. This is really good. Look, you don't need a whole guitar with this one. You just need just enough to play that. It's really good. Look at that. Oh, so good. I don't know. I just want to kind of pick my nose with that lower horn.
Glad you said nose.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, the upper horn is for sitting on. The upper horn is like a portable chair for sure.
Yeah, a lot of the guys that play these guitars, they're the ones that go to the hospital claiming they fell on it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my guitar. the third time this month.
That
so
I could see. That I could say. I could see Brian May showing up. Excuse me. Is this the admitting? Yes. What the hell? Please. Shh.
It's funny though, because looking at that guitar, I immediately think of bands like Flock of Seagulls, Thompson Twins. Like it's got a new wave feel to it. It's almost a, you know what I mean?
It reminds you of the keytar.
Yeah, the early 80s, those early 80s skinny tie bands would play something like that because it's very obviously very modern looking. But it has a skinny tie band feel to it. Depeche Mode could play that guitar.
Someone from Big Country could come out.
And obviously Kraftwerk were around for 50 years. But my point being is it looks like a new wave band guitar. Missing Persons.
Speaking of 80s bands, you know what caught my ear this week? And it's a CD I've had for a while, but I don't know why I just dove on it all of a sudden. The Cops.
You fell on it?
No, yeah, I just no, Arcadia.
It's basically funny you mentioned that.
Basically,
I read the Rose.
Yes, and it's a really, really good album. And for those in the audience that don't know, it's basically half of Duran Duran went to Arcadia, and the other half went to Power Station. Yeah, the other half went to Power Station when Duran Duran broke up.
Arcadia was Simon Le Bon and Rhodes.
Yeah,
right.
That's what it was, and they did have a hit. They
both did. Both guys
Election Day.
Election Day.
No, it's actually it's funny you mentioned that, John, because I have been picking up old Duran Duran records because I hated them at the time, and then I happened to catch, I don't know if it was
they're a good band.
Yeah, they're a fantastic band and well recorded too. View to a Kill. I heard View to a Kill.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh my God, what a great song. So I went and started grabbing some old Duran Duran stuff. And I found the Arcadia record as well, which is long out of print. I mean, it's very difficult to find, and yet I found a copy of it. So Red the Rose is the name of the record, and Simon Le Bon will tell you it's the most pretentious record ever recorded, because they were just so full of themselves at the time. And there were a bunch of people that guessed on the record, like Tina Turner and shit, guessed on the record.
Yeah, they were calling in all sorts of favors. Wow. During that breakup. And again, Power Station had, Bang a Gong. Power Station had Bang a Gong. That was their big
Some Like It Hot.
Some Like It Hot.
Yeah, and Some Like It Hot. That's another one.
I still forget Murderous is every bit as good as any of that's Power Station. They've made 2 records, but the first one
the second one.
Murderous is a terrific song. And then for Arcadia, Goodbye Is Forever is a terrific, terrific song.
The second Power Station record, Michael DeBar is on, who was the lead singer for the band Detective, who are a fantastic, sort of forgotten band. Yes.
No, he's not the singer, though.
Yes, he is.
Johnny, show the Arcadia cover.
Robert Palmer was on the second album. Michael DeBar was the live singer. After he left, but they reunited. He came back.
I don't think Robert is on the second record.
Yeah,
because I have it and it doesn't sound like Robert.
Yeah, Johnny, show the Arcadia cover. I'm so tired of seeing these Strandbergs. I'm getting sick.
You guys forget I'm a huge Duran Duran fan. I have everything.
I don't forget that.
I have everything. With Van Halen, Duran Duran is like same type of thing.
Johnny went backstage and got Simon Le Bon's pube shavings after a show. He's got everything. He's got him in a little envelope.
Robert is on the record. I stand
Simon Le Bon.
Yeah.
He was replaced before they went out on tour.
He went and did his solo stuff. That's where he put out all those videos with all the
well, that's
because
after the Power Station thing popped and he realized it wasn't going to be a full-time thing. Because remember, Robert Palmer was a lot like Sammy Hagar, was a second-tier guy before 1984. I mean, he had a couple of good songs, but nothing that was as big as Power Station. When Power Station happened, all of a sudden Robert Palmer was reborn as a solo artist and went off and did that, the Addicted to Love record, the one with all that shit.
The girls and
Yeah.
That was huge. And Van Halen, they were a huge fan of that song. They sang
Yep.
that backstage every night during the 5150 tour.
Fun fact,
That tune.
Tony Thompson, who was the drummer for Power Station, was the drummer in a reunited Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin reunited after Live Aid. True story. They were going to make new record and go out on tour. Robert Plant got in a car accident and listed as his next of kin, his emergency contact, Tony Thompson.
The Thompson twins.
I'm sorry, backwards around it. Tony Thompson got in a car accident and got into Robert Plant as his emergency contact, and Robert Plant took it as bad karma, and cock blocked the reunion. But Led Zeppelin had reunited after Live Aid.
Who was Razzle's emergency contact? Because that might come in handy. Too soon?
Shame. Yeah. Yeah. Arcadia happened during the it was Duran Duran didn't break up. Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong here, because you're the expert. But Duran Duran didn't really break up. They just took time apart and did some of these side projects in order to not break up. That was they were trying to do this to avoid a breakup, and it turned out not to work out for them.
No, I'd say they broke up. I would say Andy Taylor. You have to say their name because they're all Taylors.
Yeah,
Andy
all Taylors.
and John Taylor, they left. They both left. They were doing Power Station, which at the time I was a huge fan of Duran Duran, and I was team Power Station. That's the direction I went.
That Power Station was a great record.
They both had great records, but I mean, it's one of those classic splits where a great band breaks up into two, really good bands also.
Mm-hmm. And then Simon and Nick, they went back and reformed Duran Duran with a lot of different people. Well, their main guitarist for many. Cucurella was their main guitar player for a lot of years. Missing Persons.
Yeah.
Did I tell you the story when I met him? I went and saw Missing Persons. They played in San Francisco at a small club.
Mental hopscotch.
And I ran into to Warren outside. He was smoking a cigarette. He was like super into health, and then started smoking at like 50 years old.
Oh, kidding.
So I saw him. I see him, and I went up to him. And I'm like, "Hey, man, what time does the show start?" And he's like, "I don't know," because it was before they had started playing. But then I asked him for a guitar pick, and he's like, "I don't use picks." So if you ever watch him play, he's just holding his fingers. There's no pick. There's no pick in there at all.
I've asked him for a smoke.
Metal Soda, the drummer in Power Station, was Tony Thompson, who was the drummer of the seminal 70s funk band Chic with Nile Rodgers.
Yeah, and Tony Thompson, he was one of the greats, one of the greatest. You talk about top drummers, he's one of the best.
Well, that's why Zeppelin thought it would make sense for them to get back together with him on drums.
I mean, listen to the drums on that first Power Station record.
Yeah.
There's Some Like It Hot. Even though the stuff is sampled, it's cut up a bit here and there. It's just powerful.
Yeah, I
really
love Power Station.
They put it really forward in the mix too.
Yeah, it's huge sounding too. Just huge.
Yeah, it was a nice sound. Yeah, that's funny, Paulie, that you were listening to Arcadia 2 recently.
Yeah, I literally just bought So Red the Rose like 2 weeks ago. Finally.
And I don't even know what jumped it into my head. Just something put that album in my head. This Power Station. Power Station came on like a freaking hurricane.
Oh, that was such a good record. And I know people that hate their cover of Bang a Gong. I think it's fantastic.
I think it's great.
And I wish I had. Johnny, do you have the re-release of the record with all the extended mixes on it?
Yeah.
Johnny, when it comes to 3 bands, Johnny is like you with a wall of CDs.
Yeah.
All Duran Duran, Van Halen, and the Police. And
Police. There you go.
It's the 3.
Those are my bands.
But he has
funny.
300 CDs for those 3 bands.
It's funny. If you look up the history of Power Station, the history of Power Station tells it differently than the history of Duran Duran. The history of Power Station tries to say that after the third Duran Duran record, the members of the band took a planned short hiatus going into 2 projects because, and the band never broke up. Duran Duran never broke up. Andy and John Taylor left the band, but Duran Duran never broke up.
The band was always there. They had a million different drummers.
Right. But they
and bass
left.
players.
They left when they jumped into Power Station and never went back to Duran Duran. Well, they eventually went back, but they didn't go back to Duran Duran. But Duran Duran didn't break up. That was what I was originally saying a while ago, was they never broke up. It was supposed to be, they were supposed to be taking a hiatus so that they wouldn't break up. And it turns out that they never went back together.
Yeah, because Simon, I can't believe we're talking about this.
Yeah.
I know so much for talking 80s metal.
He's got such a raging boner right now. He's like, oh my God, this is what I'm going to stay awake for.
LeBon and Rhodes, they went on to reform Duran Duran. It was they're really, those two are Duran Duran, those two. And then of course they went and did the reunion in 2004 with the astronaut record, which is amazing.
Yeah.
With all the original members. And I wish I would have caught that show. I missed it.
I'm furious that the Andy Taylor's solo record doesn't have "Take It Easy" on it. I was pissed. It's only on the American Anthem.
soundtrack.
Yeah. It's. I like the Andy Taylor record. Don't get me wrong; it's cool. But I was furious that "Take It Easy's not on it. I was like, son of a bitch. I bought it for that song, but I bought it sight unseen. I just, Andy Taylor, shit, yeah, I'll buy this. I didn't even look at the back, didn't care. Listen to the record. It's a good record. But damn, and Take It Easy is basically Bang a Gong 2. It's the same song.
Yeah, it's the same riff.
It's the same exact riff. Yeah.
I love how they took a break and just never came back. It's like the father that goes out for cigarettes and never comes home to the kid, you know.
Yeah, but
I mean, cigarettes with the suitcase.
Yeah, I will come straight out and say I am a sucker for a lot of those 80s skinny tie hairband synth pop bands. I love Big Country. I love The Outfield. I love Thomas Dolby and Gary Newman and like all that synth rock shit. I love that stuff.
I love keyboards too. I love that.
Yeah, I think if it's done well.
And Asia.
Flock of Seagulls is great. English Beat. English Beats, Psychedelic Furs. Hell yeah. I am on board with that project.
Missing Persons, I only liked Mental Hopscotch, but like it was such a good song.
Hang on.
Missing Persons? Yeah, when I saw them, it was Warren and what's her name?
Mrs. Missing.
What's her name? Missing Persons. Dale Bozio. It was her. And then at the after the show, me and some friends we're like talking to Warren, and he's taking pictures, and apparently he did like he was in like Playgirl or something, and so he's like signing nude pictures of himself for people.
Well, there you go. Hi, Ellie.
Oh, hey, Ellie.
There
you go.
Bring session in, baby.
Nice.
And she wanted nothing to do with us, so she was sitting in the car, and we could see her sitting in the car, you know, watching him sign stuff, and then she takes off, and he hails a cab.
Here's the thing: if you want to, Google Dale Bozio, Lady Gaga. They look almost exactly alike. Dale Bozio's better looking, but if you Google Dale Bozio, Lady Gaga, it's almost like they could be. It's almost like Ben Stiller's wife and Maureen McCormick. They look that similar to each other.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think Lady Gaga, she went for that look.
Oh, sure. But Dale Bozio has the same big nose, big Italian, you know, the Italian look. Spring Session M, everybody. Fantastic new wave record.
Colleen brings up Kanjagugu. That's a great one. And
Kajagugu?
Kajagugu.
Kajagugu.
Kaja.
Kajagugu. That's where George Lynch got his hair cut.
Yeah, that's true.
He got that macaroni and cheese experiment that was on the top of his head. He got from Lamal. I've actually said that to him, and he threatened to punch me.
Nice. Yeah.
I told him, I said, Lamal called. He wants his haircut back, and George looks at me and goes, "That's just mean." That's
Sharon Osbourne said the same thing first, so it's like. And here's another one for you: Human League. How about the Dare? How about the Dare album? How about the Dare album? And Twilight Zone.
We could do a whole separate show on skinny tie new wave bands.
Right.
I'd be all about it. I also like ska, the Specials, stuff like that. Oh, twin tone stuff. Hell yeah, I'm in.
Never did much with ska, but I love also the, that kind of new wave kind of
Adam and the Ants.
Yeah, I know, right?
I got a great Adam Ant anthology with a live album on it, a bonus live track on it. Hell yeah.
Thought you were gonna say you have ants on the floor in the kitchen.
There's ants in my shoes.
Sandra Picorni, I stood behind Tony Basil at the Van Halen showcase at Henson Studios back in 2012. She was super hot.
You take me by the heart when you take me
super hot.
I'll make you want to be, you don't understand.
Yeah, she was really hot, right?
She's still hot.
Yeah.
She's still hot. It's stupid.
She's one of those never aged, too pretty for her own good.
Yeah, I like a lot of that skinny tie stuff. We could go on for another 2 weeks about this shit, and I love a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I like a lot of that shit too.
Peter Murphy, Wang Chung.
I'm still trying to figure out what they were doing in the Big Country video. Where were they going? That was like so top secret. They were like in the spy boat, then rappelling down the wall and of the mountain. And it's like, what were they trying to achieve? Where did they go? They didn't wind up anywhere. They were on the beach hugging. What was the big secret? Where were they going? What was all the rigmarole? If they brought a Jew with them, this verkackte thing, I gotta climb in the boat. The boat! Come out! Hold on! Slow down! What were they doing?
What are you doing? Why are you doing all this walking and running?
This isn't the Padres.
Yeah.
What was all the big hoopla for? Where were you fucking going? Who were you meeting? There was no submarine there. There was no spy passing you a briefcase or something.
You know why there was no submarine there? Because one of our submarines is missing, said Thomas Dolby.
Well, Thomas Dolby was perfect because literally I still use memes of blinding me with science. You know that guy, science, or gifs of that guy, science. You're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the reason a lot of those music videos didn't make sense is because they were brand new and they were churning them out,
and you were
just trying to get stuff on MTV.
But with Thomas Dolby, I didn't care because it was so goofy and so fun. And you had the Asian girl as the librarian and the goofy scientist. There was, it was addictive. I didn't mind that story didn't make sense. But Big Country, it was like they were in a spy boat and they're speeding down the water. And then
Big Country was another one of those. They were
all and.
Big Country was there was a half dozen bands that were a poor man's U2. Big Country, The Alarm. There was a bunch of bands that were all trying to be U2.
Red.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's you got
U2 or the Police.
Yeah, or the Police. Another great example.
Synchronicity era.
Yeah, I mean, all that shit is phenomenal. I'm trying to see if I can find another obscure 80s synth pop band that I own that you guys would be like, what the hell? Well, Echo and the Bunnymen.
I saw them. At South by.
Johnny knows.
I was right on the side of the front of the stage watching.
Johnny hasn't seen Star Wars, but Echo and the Bunnymen, he's on this one.
I saw them.
The Bunnymen are awesome.
I saw Devo. Devo played a huge show.
Great.
Huge show.
Devo's fantastic.
That was a great year.
You guys like Asia? I was very into Asia.
First record.
Not the second one?
Nah. First record was pretty good. If you like Asia, then you probably own the GTR record.
I do.
Of course you do. Why wouldn't you?
The mind.
Yeah. Which is just the best Asia song that Asia didn't write.
And I'll give you two more in that family. Yeah. Saga and the Tubes.
What do you call it? Santa Bricorni. I think it just got scrolled so quickly. Men at Work. Own both records. Love them. Love the Men at Work records. Fantastic records.
Mm-hmm.
Overkill was a fantastic song.
People called them the poor man's Police, though, too.
Who, Men at Work?
Men at Work.
I didn't sound like the Police.
Bacon Jr. didn't like Asia. I loved Asia, man.
First Asia Records was all right.
I thought the first three were good.
Bad Brains way ahead of their time.
I think Alpha was like their best-selling album too. Their second one.
We still play. What song do we play?
Don't Cry?
No.
Man.
Heat of the Moment. We still play Heat of the Moment.
Heat of the Moment's a great one.
Heat of the Moment.
That's the only one I know.
I like Soul Survivor. Soul Survivor was a great song.
That intro of Heat of the Moment with the gymnast flipping around in the video, that like just gives me chills to this day.
Yeah, no, there's I mean, look, there's all Bad Brains they were sort of proto-punk. They were after punk. Later post-punk. Bad Brains, fantastic story about them. So I'm living in Southie, not too far from a bar called The Channel, which used to be the Boston Tea Party where Led Zeppelin played back in the day. And this huge ass tour bus comes down West 9th Street, which is the street we lived on. And out of the bus comes HR from Bad Brains. And he asked my buddy Mikey DeBellis, who's sitting on the front steps drinking a beer, how to get to the channel. And Mikey just looks at him and goes, practice? and they go, no, seriously, we're supposed to play the channel. He goes, so he comes walking in and Mikey goes, there's this band of guys outside called Bad Brains. They want to know how to get to the channel. So we gave him directions to the channel. He put everybody on the list. None of us went. But it was just the coolest thing that these guys were. The fact that they could get a bus down West 9th Street was ridiculous.
It's too bad you would have met Johnny Beane 20 years in advance. Johnny was at that show.
Bad Brains.
Johnny still got the ticket stub, and
Music Therapy Laz brings up ABC. ABC had a fantastic song called "That Was Then, This Is Now."
Didn't they?
Excellent song.
Didn't ABC? No, Alphaville. I'm sorry. Didn't Alphaville?
Forever Young.
Didn't they just put out like a live video at the Whiskey? If I'm
Alphaville?
Yeah, with Big in Japan and some other song.
I love Forever Young. I thought it was a great song.
Live at the Whiskey. They just did like a video of Live at the Whiskey, which is kind of funny because the Whiskey is very small. I mean, it's a famous venue, but
it's a tiny bar. Yeah.
But Alphaville, because I love that song Big in Japan. And what was
Big in Japan?
What was ABC's big hit?
Poison Arrow.
Oh yeah, shoot that poison arrow through my heart. How about Golden Earring? There's another one.
2 hits. Radar Love, and Twilight Zone.
Wait, who did the Commissar?
Oh, After the Fire.
Was it? Is that the name of the band?
After the Fire, yeah.
Did the Commissar? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was Golden Earring for some reason.
Nope. Tears for Fears, a good band. I mean, they're a better band than they got credit for. Ice House, not to be confused with Icicle Works, who had Birds Fly, which was a fantastic song. Whisper to a Scream.
Great. And then I don't know. What do you think? Depeche Mode in there? Skinny Tie?
Depeche Mode's a fantastic band. And again, early Cult. Early Cult was very gothy, Skinny Tie, sort of post-punk.
Early Cult.
Dreamtime era Cult is very gothy, very.
I don't know if I have that.
Gene Loves Jezebel.
Yeah, that Jealous.
Yeah.
Song.
Jealous, which is basically Fame.
Firehouse is a glam band. That's where
Fire Hose. Hose is a different band.
KXM Rock was trying to correct him to Firehouse.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ben
Tom is right. There's a band called Fire Hose. Yeah,
Tom was right. Yeah, and KXM Rock, Firehouse is an '80s glam band that I love. But we're talking a little different though. Tears for Fears for sure. The Commissar. Song about a Nazi, but it's fun.
Yes.
The Commissar's in town. Everybody, come on, he's rounding up all the Jews. The Commissar's in town.
Which brings up
the Holocaust. Is that what
99 Luftballons by Nena.
Oh, Nena. I love both versions, but I especially love the German one.
I do too.
It's especially pretty, even though we didn't know what the fuck she was saying. She was just dancing around and looking cute. And we're like, you're kind of like you're cute. We don't know what you're saying. We don't care what you're saying. You're adorable. Yeah, the Tubes I brought up. The Tubes and Saga, I always connect those two for some reason.
The Tubes are a Phoenix band. Everybody loves them here.
They're from Phoenix,
I love them.
and then they moved to San Francisco.
Yep.
And I worked with Bill Spooner, Sputnik Spooner from the Tubes.
Sputnik Spooner.
He played my Music Man guitar, my Eddie Van Halen guitar. He thought it was awesome.
It is awesome.
By the way, Falco did write De Commissar, but After the Fire had a bigger hit with it.
I think Falco is what I was thinking of.
Yeah, Falco wrote the song, but After the Fire had a bigger hit with it.
What was Falco's other big hit?
Oh, Rock Me Amadeus.
That was it. Amadeus.
All these songs.
In the anus, in the anus, in the anus, in the anus, in the anus. There's a rock in my anus.
The Romantics were fantastic. Good band. Gary Newman. I love Gary Newman. Gary Newman's Pleasure Principle is a seminal synth rock record. Huge fan of. There's a song on that record called Metal that's super creepy. New Order, who did the original version of Blue Monday that Orgy had a hit with, featuring guitar player Amir Darak, former guitarist of Rough Cut and Jailhouse.
Nice.
See, we brought it back around. We brought it back around to 80s metal.
Well
See what
done.
we did there?
Well done.
Yes, OMD, Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, was a great band. Spandau Ballet, not so great, although True is a fantastic song.
Yeah.
You know it.
That's one of the best songs of
True is a fantastic
that
song.
era. Anybody, any great band could redo that, and it would be amazing.
Yep. No, it's a good song. Smithereens were an interesting band. Never really got credit. An interesting thing, because Smithereens was one of those bands that had these great guitar riffs and then like really mellow vocals. Pat Denizio had like this sort of laid back voice.
What's that song? What's the song?
Which one? Only a Memory? Only a Memory was.
I can almost play it.
Sing it again,
Girl
Johnny.
Like You. A Girl Like You.
A Girl Like You.
Yeah.
That's a great tune, man. And yeah, the tones of those guitars.
Yeah, those guitars were heavier than the band was, which was great. You know what I mean? Like the guitar, like you hear these riffs, and all of a sudden you're like, oh.
It was heavy. It was heavy.
You know, and Bueno brings up the Cars. The Cars are fucking awesome. Cars an awesome band. Of course, in Boston, they're the Cars.
Oh, why Can't I Have You is such a great song.
Yep.
I love that song.
Plimsoll's Million Miles Away is a fantastic song. You know, I mean, a little later on, if you get into sort of ska core, which is sort of hardcore and ska mixed in, anything the Mighty Bosstones did before Someday I Suppose. Pretenders, fantastic band.
I never liked the Pretenders.
Oh.
In fact, you know what? I used to get so pissed off when Brass in Pocket would come on MTV because I just hate.
That song's not really indicative of the band, though.
I hated the song and I hated the video. It's just like a whiny waitress bitching about the low tip she got, and she's looking around, and it's like, oh, shut up, just shut up.
Have you heard it? Have you heard it since?
You're trying
to
to
listen to it since, though.
I hate it. I still hate it
because that's one of those songs. I think if you don't like it back then, you listen to it now. I think it. You get into it.
First three Pretenders records are untouchable. They're so good.
And then she always reminded me of like a cross between like Pat Benatar, who I loved, and Joan Jett. Just one of those dark, short-haired women that are
neither one of them are as talented as Chrissie Hynde. Chrissie Hynde is phenomenal.
I didn't like
the Pretenders are so good.
The Road. I didn't like that song either.
Oh.
That one also pissed me. I don't know why. I just used to get angry when I'd see the Pretenders come on MTV. I was like, I better get a sandwich or go to the bathroom or something.
No, super, super good band. First three records are fucking unassailable. Pretenders they do an instrumental called Space Invader that's kick ass.
I just can't get into them. I don't know what it is. I don't even
KXM
dislike them. I just really dislike them.
KXM brings up the Jason Bonham band. There actually was a Jason Bonham band, not to be confused with Bonham. He actually had the Jason Bonham band put out a record.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Fishbone is great. Bone in the Boneyard, Truth and Soul, outstanding record.
Spacey T was in Fishbone. Spacey T of Sound Barrier. Yeah. That's where it went when metal ended, into the funk.
Fishbone is a fantastic band. Truth and Soul is an outstanding record.
That's where he was playing Parker Flies, by the way.
Right, yeah.
During Fishbone. It's like
Kemper Van Beethoven, who would go on to fame as Cracker.
Well, that's time.
Oh. Yeah, Cracker was Kemper Van Beethoven after when they decided to write hit songs. We could get into Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians if you wanted to. Lloyd Cole and the Commotions if we wanted to. I mean, there's so many of that old skinny tie bands that are just, we could go on forever.
The Fix, I like that choice.
But it's 9 o'clock and I got to go to bed.
With who?
Ace and Lemmy.
Nice. Well, let's see. It's getting close to show and tell time. And let's see.
Good night, Paul.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Paulie. Getting close to show and tell time. Now that we've exhausted the skinny tie crowd.
This chat is moving. Like all of a sudden start talking about 80s new wave and
the Bengals. There's another good one. Yeah, because everyone, we don't usually talk about that genre other than like one or two bands in passing. So like now we're like deep diving in. Everyone's like, oh, how about this one? How about this one? How about this one? True. That's true. And it's a fun period. I mean, look, we were watching MTV at that time and we saw, Dio's Last in Line at the same time as the Tube She's a Beauty, and Asia's Don't Cry was, playing the same time. So it's like, the Go-Go's, there's another good one. We Got the Beat is an addictive song, AI Gaming. Yeah.
That's back when MTV was actually happening. There's a small period. There's a small period of 81. 81 is when it started to, I would say, talking about the 80s metal, that stuff didn't really hit MTV till 84, 84.
It did, but it was like British
to 90.
British Steel from Judas Priest, Crocus, Headhunter. There was early stuff there. Early stuff there.
Yeah, but MTV, man, when I think of MTV, when I think of MTV, I think of the 83 to 86 period as being like their big, the big period for MTV.
What year was Thriller? 84?
No, it was 82. It was 82, but it lasted until 84.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because the big thing about MTV that I will most remember is basically Madonna and Michael Jackson world premiere videos. So like you would like stay up to watch live at 8 p.m. sharp as, Michael Jackson's, Thriller came out. And then the next day in school, you're like all talking about Michael Jackson's Thriller, regardless of what genres are your favorite. Metal is my favorite genre, but like, yeah, I was like blown away by Thriller. I mean, there was, that was like the biggest album of ever.
And the video was scary too. It was actually scary when he turns into that.
No, I remember he unzips his pants and she's like, what are you talking about? I'm talking about my dick, girl. Go away. No, I remember that very well. No, that was a very big deal. And Vincent Price doing the voiceover on it, and then obviously, Eddie doing the solo for Beat It. Thank you. And, Billie Jean was another world premiere. And then you also had Madonna. And Madonna's first two albums were, I guess the second one was like the big one because like, the first one you had Borderline and that kind of got her attention. But when it was Like a Virgin, everyone was paying attention. All those years.
Like a Virgin is like Synchronicity to the Police, 1984 to Van Halen.
And that's when she was in Playboy, and so that was a big thing with her hairy armpits.
But those pictures are from like 5 years before.
Yeah, well,
They were old pictures.
They were still hideous. No matter what, you couldn't.
They
polish
weren't.
a turd.
They weren't. It wasn't what people wouldn't got that, and they were like, "Ugh."
Yeah. It was before she was Madonna.
Those pictures are from like 1979.
Yeah, and I don't know why everything was unshaven. It was like, oh my god.
How do I know that?
Jesus. Yeah, Johnny still has a crusty copy under the bed. Mine looks like a cracker. It looks like it's like a big solid cracker. Like, no fixing that.
Those pictures were nasty.
Yeah, and then Jeff Davidson brings up Madonna was also in Penthouse at the time. It's funny because like her photos got stolen or sold or whatever, and like half went to Playboy and half went to Penthouse. So it's like you're at the newsstand and you're like, "Yes, son, can I help you? Yes, I'd like a Hershey bar and a Coca-Cola, please, and a bottle caps candy, and you're not trying to buy cigarettes, are you? No, beer, no, and a Time magazine right next to whatever that is. You know what? Just give me that whole row of magazines because my dad's bedridden. He wants to just read. So just whatever's in that row, from Time to People and everything in between. Just give me one of each. One of each. It's for my dad. So, well, there's a Playboy. Oh, Playboy. You know.
No, they would sell you all that stuff if you had a note.
No,
if you had a note from your parents. They would sell you.
I just slipped him another $5. I was like, give me 3 Playboys.
They'd sell you the cigarettes. They'd sell you, you were 8 years old. They would sell you all that stuff if you had a note.
A note. Dear vendor, I am allowing my little son Scooter. Oh, thank you, Mom. To be purchasing adult magazines of an adult nature. I don't know what my mother means, but clearly she wants me to pick up whatever's on this list. If you could help her out and just put it in a bag. Do not show my son specifically what I am buying. Please put it in a plain brown bag from my mother. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, a lot of stuff was in bags back then.
Some of them were in like shrink wrap bags to, so when you spunked on it, you just squeegee it or Windex it or something, Let's look at the cover, What's really funny, and I never understood this, it's like, the Playboy's on the top shelf, and I'm looking there like, son, you get away from there. Oh, sorry. But like, I'd stand online at the supermarket with my mother, and she'd be like, get some Trident gum, pick up. And I'd look right there, and right at the cash counter was Cosmopolitan with her jugs hanging out and like just like a little scarf or something covering it. I was like, this is a worse cover than Playboy. Why is it here at the supermarket? Never understood it. Go figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So Ben Tom says he gives his son a note. Please sell my son some condoms, beer, and a Hustler. See, there's the video that we didn't see in the Wolfgang video. We see Ben Tom and Tom Jr. making a parody video, and he's just like hugging him and then sending him $10 in for beer and go get some, son. Little Playboy with the sun there. Look at Miss May. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah. So welcome to MTV circa 1982, 82, 83, whatever it was. Yeah. And the VJs were cute. Short for vaginas, of course. I had a crush on Martha Quinn. Was she like the cutest little thing ever?
She was cool. Oh yeah.
It was Nina Blackwood, who was like she looked kind of like a sloppy drunk blonde. It was all bleached, but her hair was like all over. Like you knew she was like, the last woman out of a bar at night. Who's gonna take me home? But Martha Quinn was like kind of that cute little innocent girl. Like, yeah, we could go for an ice cream, sure. So it was like you wanted to violate her. JJ Jackson giving me the stink eye. Stay away from my friend. Rico B says Nina Blackwood is still on XM radio.
Yeah,
I can only imagine what she looks like. Jesus.
she is. Her voice is like really.
Hey,
It's like really, yeah.
smoker voice, like the old
Mhm.
lady smoker voice.
Mm-hmm.
This is Nina Blackwood with your MTV world video premiere of Madonna Papa Don't Preach. And I remember when Madonna came out. Yeah.
It's almost like she's talking through one of those smoker throat cancer holes, you know?
Oh no.
Oh, I'm Nina Blackwood.
Yeah, no, she's got that like old lady voice. Martha Quinn's so adorable.
Did you ever see that Key and Peele bit where one of them is like he has that one of them's using that and no, it's not. He's using that and it's like his face is like burned off, right? And like the guy, the other dude is he's doing the stand up, and he's like trying not to notice him. Have you seen that one?
No, I love Key and
Crazy.
Peele, though. I love
Crazy. Oh yeah, yeah, they're
Let's see.
awesome.
Alan Hunter is also on XM radio. Mr. Hellstorm 74 brings up.
Yeah, most of them are. The remaining.
So like Mark Goodman was the one with like the black afro or the dark brown.
Yeah.
Alan Hunter was the blonde guy with the feathery kind of hair. Kennedy came later. A couple of them came later.
Yeah, there was a classic
Reunion
cast of them, which was Martha Quinn, J.J. Jackson, Nina Blackwood,
Mark
Alan Hunter, Mark
Goodman,
right? Yeah, they were like the classic.
Yeah, they were the original. They were like the Gilligan's Island cast, the original ones that introduced us. Okay, so the Buggles, video killed the radio star. You know, Adam Curry came later. Bacon Jr. brings up Adam Curry. He's a multimillionaire podcaster. Well, Johnny and I are podcasters. Yeah, speaking of millions of dollars, sponsored by Bang Energy Drink and Swiss Picks. Thank you, Swiss Picks. And yeah. Oh boy. Kennedy is a caster on Fox News. Is that true? She's a newscaster on Fox News?
Yeah.
Oh. I did not see that coming. Ricky Rackman. Ricky has credibility with us because he was like the Headbangers Ball guy, you know? And I don't mean but he followed Adam Curry, but Adam had no credibility. He just kind of looked the part because he had a leather jacket and long hair, but he was never a rocker. Ricky Rackman, he actually he was part owner of the Cat Club with Tammy Down from Faster Pussycat. So it's like he had that street cred of being in the metal scene. And yeah, Headstock Harem, of course. I definitely remember Metal Shop. For sure. What were you going to say, Johnny?
I don't know. Can't remember.
We were talking about Kennedy on Fox.
Oh. Yeah, she's on there now.
Thanks. I was like, yeah. Okay. Rico B says J.J. Jackson died in 2004. I did not know that. That's terrible.
Yeah. Well, I knew he passed away. I didn't remember when.
I didn't know he passed away. What did he die of? I'm afraid to ask. Cholesterol?
Let's see.
I have a feeling it was like cholesterol or something like that. Huffing down donuts or something.
It was.
He wasn't the healthiest guy. Heart attack?
How come it doesn't say?
Rico B says heart attack.
Oh, singer. I'm looking at the wrong one. There's a singer. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Heart attack.
There it is. I knew it.
While driving after dinner.
The dinner. There it is. I'm telling you, he was at the McDonald's drive-thru or something. Or getting some fish and chips or something, or something deep fried. Yeah, he was already like a heavy guy. You know, he just dressed kind of cool and covered it up well. Kari Werher. Yeah, Mr. Hellstorm brings up Kari Werher. Absolutely, man. She was probably the hottest girl on MTV as far as like VJs. Kari was definitely. She starred in that show Remote Control. So this is JJ Jackson from McDonald's with the Triple Mac, the biggest deep fried Big Mac with 17 slices of cheese. Delicious.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Really does, right? What a way to go. What a great way to go. All right, it is time for show and tell guitar. Let's see. The clue I gave you guys today was it's two birds, and it gave me a Woody. So very there you go. So I'll explain it when I show it. But basically, it is a well, I'll just do the reveal. Johnny, if you will. Spotlight me real quick, please. There we are. Oh, look at that thing. There's the thumbnail right there.
There it is.
You got it?
301.51.
Okay. Basically what this is a BC Rich Eagle in bird's eye maple. So eagle, bird's eye, maple is the Woody I got, but it's bird on top of bird. This is a Supreme, which is the top of the line eagle they had at the time. I love figured maple. BC Rich Eagles are basically what I consider Les Paul killers. They're really good. They're so much better than PRS in my eyes. I can't bond with a PRS. I love figured maple. Look at the bird's eye on this thing. Let's see if I can even get in there. Look at that. Can you guys see that? It's some dense bird's eye figuring. And bird's eye kind of is like, it's kind of like cat's eye stone, where it's like at the right light, it reflects real crazy figuring and then changes shape in different light. But look at the figuring in that. A little hard to see on your screen, my apologies, but you can see through and through. It's a great piece of wood. Maple, fairly heavy. I'm going to say this is probably about a 10-pound piece of maple, so a little on the heavy side, but really dense figuring on that. BC Rich Eagles, this particular one is a let's see, it's an 80. This one's a 1980. It's a Supreme. Now the Supreme models basically came with binding along the neck, binding on the headstock, and deep, heavy ebony. So really black ebony. Normally they would give it to you with rosewood. BC Rich always had a big thing in these handmade guitars where they used a lot of really good quality wood. They were very big into either figured maple or koa wood, Hawaiian koa, which is very light. Brazilian rosewood or really dark, good quality ebony. Of course, mother of pearl cloud inlays and rosewood caps that also were pretty well figured. Let's see, a little hard to see. Yeah, a little hard to see the figure. There you go. That's a little better. Rosewood caps with mother of pearl R. Again, I've always said this. These were handmade by Mexican luthiers in the back room. They did it with little crude knives and they carved these bodies. Look at the neck carve on this thing. I wish you could feel this. That's what she said. I wish you could feel this because it's so smooth and beautiful a carve and so comfortable on the neck. And again, these are, when you get a piece of wood from these old BCs, it's not a top. So you don't just see, a figured top glued onto a basic piece of maple. When you got a nice piece of wood, you got the whole tree. So like this wing right here has figuring throughout, front to back, on the sides. It's all just that nice quality wood that at the time, they really put a lot of work into. Badass bridge, DiMarzio Super Distortion, DiMarzio PAF. classic BC Rich old school combo. Really great dark ebony. I mean, you could probably just see a little tough in this light, but trust me, it's blacker than black before they did restrictions on ebony. Again, the Neil Moser package, you have splitters and boosts, 2 boosts, a Veritone switch. This was basically not something you would use on a stage. As far as all these switches, you could just flip them all to the bottom and then just, use the boosters. And if you wanted just that extra kick in the ass, but something like a Veritone, you wouldn't start really playing with as far as, when you're on stage playing live. You'd probably just put it down and, flick your switch to, bridge or neck pickup. Rosewood stringers in the middle, which really added a nice look to those. And if you had Koa, you usually add maple stringers in the middle. Let's see. So handmade, like I said, a little on the heavy side. Very, very comfortable. These are like what a PRS wants to be. PRS, I never bond with those. I always say that. They're beautiful. They're beautiful tops. They use quilted maple tops glued onto, regular pieces. And these just have a better aesthetic shape for me. I love the feel of them. Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah. If you look at the old school Grover Bullseye tuners that came on those, you can even see the back of the headstock has really nice bird's eye. Colleen asks how much it weighs. Probably about 10 pounds on this one. And Bozique mentions it's not a Floyd. Yeah, I mean, the handmade stuff was usually either an old school badass fixed bridge or the Kaler Quad, which was like a heavy brass version of this, which gave a really good sustain. But you don't usually find, like I know Slash has modified an old Mockingbird or two with Floyd's, but I never really liked the Floyd's on the handmade neck throughs. And again, BC Rich started this whole neck through thing that you now see more commonly with a lot of brands, including Jackson, Jackson Soloist and whatnot. But it all really started here, basically with this thick one piece, and then, putting on the wings, gluing on the wings. But it's like, you want sustain. I mean, that's really as good as it gets. And I love these things. I have so many old BC Riches. The Eagle is probably the more common shape as far as less aggressive. I mean, you have things like the Seagull, the Mockingbird, the Warlock, the Wave, the Stealth, the Bitch. They're all pretty radical shapes. This is, pretty much like the most Stratty, Les Pauly kind of combination shape you'll find. Very comfortable, very sedate. You don't look at this and think, heavy metal band. Guys that really like these, Bruce Kulick, what's his name with Pat Benatar, Neil Girardo played these a lot. And Paul Stanley had one of these in an eagle print. He painted over, I'm sorry, not an eagle, leopard print rather. Paul Stanley played one of these back with Kiss back in the day. That was very high profile. There's your input jack. And you can see like how thick it is. It's not a very thick body. It's just like a perfect thickness there. Neck probably kind of between a C and a D shape. It's very comfortable. And again, these are hand carved. So depending on, individual ones you get is the profile that you'll find with it. Because some of them are really fat C shapes, like an old Les Paul. Some of them are thinner D shapes, and some like this one. This one's kind of in between a C and a D. Very comfortable, very smooth. And I like the binding on them. The Supreme, again, top of the line model with the ebony. I like the tone of the ebony, and the maple is very, very bright. The ebony also very bright. So that lends to that. Let's see. Someone asked scale. I do not know scales. I know this sounds stupid. I don't know scales of guitars. People always say, "What scale is that? Is that a 25?" I have no idea. I just know basically I pick up a guitar. It's like, okay, this is comfortable. I can play this. That's how I judge it. I don't, because I play so many different brands. You know, a BC Rich Gunslinger, I'm sure, is way different than a Les Paul, which is different than, you know, fill in the blank. AI Gaming asks, what year? 1980. Johnny, were you about to ask something? Huh, Fisk.
You can hear me? Oh, is that a mockingbird?
No, it's an eagle.
Oh, an eagle. Okay, I'm looking up the scales.
BC Rich Eagle, 1980. Because I have no idea scales. I do not know. One piece neck, yes, Colleen. And again, you know, one piece neck going through with these wings and these stringers glued on there. And it's just, again, if you ever get a chance to feel one of these, one of the vintage handmade ones, like pre 86, you know, the golden era of BC Rich. Really like 73 to 85 is like the golden era. So like anything pre 86, you'll feel the difference that it is hand carved because they're very, very unique. And again, that lends to variations in quality control. You know, obviously, you know, a Friday guitar is just everyone's, you know, running out the door. A Monday guitar, everyone had a rough weekend. You know, Wednesday, if it's made, you're kind of in between, you know.
24 3/4 scale length
means nothing to me, but someone in the chat asked.
I think I found that guitar. Can I see the front?
There was one on Craigslist and one on Facebook Facebook Marketplace at one time.
Pull it up. Let me see the. Okay, no, this isn't it. I found another one.
The very similar.
Yeah, it doesn't have all the birds. It doesn't have nearly all the bird's eye, and then it has like
Craigslist. Is it on Craigslist?
No, it's on. Is it Cream City Music?
Cream City. That's a porn. Cream City.
Cream City Music has one.
We're here at Cream City. Put it up. Let's see it. Let's see a photo.
Yeah, we hand maker. Here's your scale, Beane.
Let's see that.
That's the thumbnail right there.
Let's see. What year does it say it is?
1980.
Okay, let's see. Let's see the wood. Okay, little more plain, and that's a regular one, not a Supreme. The Supreme has the cloud inlays and the ebony and the binding on the board and the headstock. So
it's the same model though. It's pretty much the same.
That's the standard model. They just have different wooden options and things like that. But yeah, that's the same model. But you see, like the cloud inlays and the ebony on mine. Obviously, the wood's a little more plain on that one.
Mm-hmm.
That also is a badass bridge.
It has like this right here. This like
yeah, I mean that's in the wood. You know, it's a part of the wood.
What would you call that?
Well, there's a little wood flaw in mine too. You know, a little. It's a mineral streak in the wood, is what it's called. It's just a little darker streak. I got a little one in the corner of mine.
Cool. So anyway, yeah, there's the 1 5/8 nut width and 24 3/4 scale length.
Yeah, and usually these had the standard DiMarzio pickups that I just pointed out, the Super Distortion and the PAF. Some of them came with the Bill
Lawrence.
The Bill Lawrence early pickups, the 500. When those first came out, BC Rich was a heavy supporter of those. And again, I don't know why I don't bond with a PRS. Just something about the feel of it. It just feels, I don't know.
I don't either. I never did either. Although I remember one of the first guitars I wanted a PRS, like the one that Ted Nugent was playing in all the Damn Yankees videos.
Oh, sure, the white one.
You know, yeah,
Zebra was
Zebra. He had a Zebra one, and then
I think his was like an '86, if I remember.
I don't know, probably yeah. But I remember really wanting one of those, and then all of a sudden I saw the ad in the guitar magazine for the Ernie Ball Edward Van Halen guitar, and that was it.
There you go.
That's the guitar I want.
Yeah, the you could add the one you just saw was about $3,000. That's about right for a standard Eagle. A Supreme will probably add like another $2,000 to it. As the top model, blah blah blah. Different wood figuring, different the ebony, the the binding, et cetera, et cetera. I think new it added like maybe $600 or $800 new at the time back in 1980. So, which was a lot. It was a lot for a guitar, back then. But the bottom line is, I always say this: play what you like. If this appeals to you, you can't have mine. But if you like a Nagoya Japan series BC Rich Eagle, or you like a Japanese Kramer, or whatever you like, it's like, just think, Edward Van Halen could make a Hello Kitty guitar sound amazing, and I could make, a guitar like this sound like crap. So, go that's the reality, it's like, so always play what you like. But that is today's show and tell guitar, boys and girls. 1980 BC Rich Eagle Supreme in Bird's Eye Maple. There you go. Good times. Good times.
Nice.
Yeah. There you go. So let's see what else we got today. Let's look at other things I wanted to mention. Let's see. Stephen Piercy in music news this week, talking about basically how the quarantine and the pandemic overall has put aside the plans that he had with Rat, and pointing out that, with Rat, they were going to audition for a new rhythm guitar player. And then they were going to make in the studio 1 or 2 new songs to push around and then tour from them. With the pandemic going on, he said those plans have all been put aside, and he decided to explain what he does with his solo career, because he's working on a 6th solo album, which is kind of amazing. You don't really think about it, because I didn't even realize he had 6 or 5 others out there. I thought he had 3, but it turns out Stephen Piercy just keeps alternating between Rat and his solo career. And when Rat doesn't go in the studio, Piercy does. And he says, even when I get a song idea, my first priority is I'm going to, see if it sounds like Rat. And if, Rat doesn't, if Juan Croucher, who's really the only other original member of Rat left that he likes to write with, doesn't think it's a good Rat song, Stephen takes it for his solo career and starts recording that. So he's right now, Piercy, working on his 6th solo album. And, I thought it was kind of interesting how he literally just is always doing that, bouncing between Rat, his solo thing. If the Rat guys don't want to record, he's recording solo. If the Rat guys don't want this song, he's taking it for his solo career. I thought that was very interesting. Clearly, Johnny did too.
Yeah, sorry, no, I forgot to post on Instagram.
That was a good time. Hey, I forgot to go make a sandwich, but we're on the air.
3.5 hours ago, I forgot to post this out, so I'm gonna do it now.
Nice. Let's see. Angus Young, you'll want to join in on this conversation, Johnny. Angus Young was having an interview talking about the new album, and he was basically asked, what are your memories of Eddie Van Halen? And Eddie Van Halen, to him, basically, he says, everyone obviously remembers the music, and he remembers the the guitar innovations, the Floyds, the tapping, the designing of a super Strat, taking a Les Paul pickup in a Strat, and everyone remembers that. Everyone misses his music. He says, what I remember most, the image and memories that I have most of Van Halen is just how friendly he was. He says, when I first met him, there was a guy backstage and just a big Eddie smile and, hey, nice to meet you. Let's talk, blah, blah, blah. And he was just like the instant friend guy, that guy you wanted to hang out with, that guy that, you know, just made you feel like so welcome and happy to shake your hand and happy to talk to you and happy to see you. He had a twinkle in his eye and that big Eddie smile. And he said, every time we came into town or anywhere that Van Halen and I and us crossed paths, he said, Eddie was surely at the show. Eddie would make it a point to be backstage and, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. What are you doing? And always that big Eddie smile and that friendly conversation and that upbeat attitude. And he says, that's what I remember most about Eddie. And he's like, you know, when we get together for lunch or something or off tour, or we happen to be in the same state, we'd make it a point to meet. And, you know, he says that's the thing. To me, it wasn't the music. The music was amazing. It wasn't the innovations, the guitars, those were amazing too. But to me, the big memory, the big impression of Eddie was always how sweet he was, how friendly he was, and that big, sincere smile that basically was just as real as possible, that you just couldn't fake. He was always on in that happy-go-lucky mood, you know?
Yeah, because he was just a regular person. He was a regular dude, and he was a fan. He was a fan of AC/DC, and I think Wolfgang said this the other day on Stern. You know, Highway to Hell, AC/DC. That was their song. Him and Edward. That was their tune. They would jam on that.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun because he just basically says, you know, everyone remembers something, and it's usually the same thing: the music, the guitars, you know, maybe some of the image. But he says, to me, it was just how unbelievably happy this guy was. You know, it's like he's always smiling and he's always just beaming with happiness. You know, I mean, I'm sure David Lee Roth doesn't have that same memory. You know. And geez, you know, speaking of Roth and Halen, I was watching your Facebook page, the group formerly Van Halen 78 to 84, now Van Halen, what is it, 76 to 2020?
74 to 20.
74 to 2020. And I watched, like, it was almost like the Hatfields and the McCoys in there the last week, because when you change the name, you know, everyone's just like taking sides, like, you can't make it all the years. This is about the Roth era. And it's like, no, it includes the Sammy era. Yeah, but it includes Gary's era, the Sharon era. It's, you know, and it's like, I get what you did and I get why it had to be done. But I just couldn't believe, like, the infighting online. Just like, you know, watching everyone like get on everyone else's case. It was like a couple of days of just civil war, you know?
Yeah. We're live in there right now, actually, although I don't think there's anybody watching.
I hope nobody's fighting.
But no, I did that. Number one, the fighting in there just got out of control. It was just craziness. And then I figured, you know, I love everything there is Van Halen. You know, I'm running the page. You know, I got to stop, you know, all these fights of 50-year-old, you know, dudes fighting all the time about pointless stuff that happened 35 years ago. You know?
Still relevant today, Johnny. It's still relevant today.
So I changed the name. You know, basically, the reason I put 74 to 20 is that's basically the years of the band. You know, even though Van Halen, their last tour was 5 years ago, Edward passed away this year and the band is over. There's no more. And I was actually happy to hear Wolfgang mention that on Stern yesterday, that the band was over.
Give that, you know, closure for sure.
because a lot of people are saying, hey, they can still do a tour with Sammy singing and Michael and Wolfgang on guitar or Nuno on guitar, and it's like no. And I was so glad to hear Wolfgang say no to that, and that's never happening.
Eddie was the heart of Van Halen. It was all about Eddie. I mean, sure, you could say this frontman, but without Eddie, it would have just been another good band.
Right? And when you see David Lee Roth playing a Van Halen song or Sammy Hagar playing a Van Halen song,
it's not the same.
I hate to say it, it sounds like a cover band because it's not Eddie. There's no Eddie.
Yeah, and again,
nobody can replace that.
That's the thing about that Facebook group is it is about the name of it is Van Halen, even though it's the band. Eddie was the band, so it's like it's about when was Eddie a part of the band. That's where you get the years
74 to 20.
That's
even though Van Halen did start before that, they were called Mammoth.
Sure, but out Van Halen.
But in 74, that's when they changed the name to Van Halen, and like I said, Van Halen is 1974 to 2020, and
and
maybe
you gotta all get along on what we all liked together as as a big family, loving on Eddie,
Mm-hmm. And actually, a lot of people don't know this, but that page, which I'm posting in the chat now. Feel free if you're on Facebook to join it.
The fighting's fine. Come in.
I will warn you. There's some crazy people. There was some crazy dude texting me this morning. That was really mad that I kicked him out. But he had been messing with people in there, and that's not cool.
Yeah, no. I mean, you get trolls in every group, and you just boot them out.
Yeah. So maybe I'll change the name of the page again at some point. Who knows? But a lot of people don't know is that page started out being an Eddie Van Halen fan page. If you look at the name, you can actually see it in the chat. Facebook/groups/EVH fan page. That's what the actual name of the page was originally, like 8 years ago. And then somebody else changed the name of it. And then when I took it over, I changed it to Van Halen 78 to 84 because there was pretty Roth heavy in there. But so was the fighting. So was it was nonstop just fights.
Well, because everyone was basically in there fighting, like, for Roth era, and then you had the Sammy Hagar people, and it's like, you're not welcome, and it's like, but that was like a big part of Van Halen. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. It's we're Roth purists, and look, I love both eras, even a teensy bit of Gary's era, but it's like, at the end of the day, it's love for Eddie that, should be bringing us together and, unifying admiration for the guy.
Yeah. And hey, Jay Hale, welcome, man.
Hey,
so so the page now, it's a tribute. It's a tribute to the band, all eras. Although nobody's really posted anything Hagar in there since I changed the name. People got really mad, but it was still the same. It was all just Roth stuff. They're
all on Parlor or whatever that.
Somebody's in there right now. Hey, so they said nice. Yeah, sorry, we can't see who you are because you actually have to sign in. That's the thing when you live stream to a Facebook group, you actually have to sign in, so it'll show your avatar and your name and stuff. But
we appreciate you watching and commenting anyway. Unknown Facebook user.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, no, yeah. I just saw the name change, and I saw suddenly thread after thread after thread after thread. Johnny, you can't. Johnny, this is wrong. Johnny Roth is king. Sammy was the best singer. Gary's great. Shut up. You're booted out. I mean, it was just, and Johnny's just like, I just want to talk Van Halen. That's it. That's all.
Yeah. So that page is a tribute to the band, to Edward. Everything is welcome in there. Behave. No politics. I put a new rule. No politics in there.
Yeah, there should never be politics in any.
In the threads, it ends up with Trump. Said this and that.
Yeah, he was never part of Van Halen. So
if he was one of their singers at some point,
there he is now.
He would have. Yeah, somebody's calling me now. If he was, one of their singers at some point, then he'd be welcome in there. It's different.
Yeah, but the girl from the Cranberries and a couple of others that were up for it, Mitch Malloy, and all those people. You're allowed to talk about them, but no, Trump was never part of no one in any political party. Now that I'm thinking about it, was a member of Van Halen. Yeah.
And actually, somebody did make, this is a real thing, somebody did make a banner that they had in their yard, Biden-Harris, and the logo was BH, and it looked like a Van Halen logo.
That was actually very funny. Yeah, we don't play politics, but that was very fun. I saw that Van Halen logo too. That was very funny.
Yeah. Steve Carmichael, there you go. Yeah, the only politics you can get away with in the Van Halen group is Ballot or the Bullet, the Van Halen 3 song.
And I remember there's a meme out there, might as well Trump, and it's Donald Trump with Eddie's guitar jumping in a spread leg thing. It's like superimposed over Eddie's body. It's the Trump head. Might as well Trump. That's very funny. So yeah, but you still can't post it on there, but we mentioned it for a minute here.
Yes.
And you're allowed to bring up Van Halen masks because they're not political. So you can get those at the Van Halen store. I just couldn't believe the explosion on that page. It was just so funny. Look, again, Colleen brought it up on the Fates warning page. Same thing with different vocalists. You have the same thing on, the Dokken and Lynch Mob fan pages, because obviously that band's been back and forth. Motley Crue pages. Sure. You got the same thing, when Vince split off, so that also, it just happens, things are bound to go awry when bands split. You're going to have a favorite era, favorite singers, but at the end of the day, especially with Van Halen, there is one constant that was always in the band, the Van Halen family. That's what it is.
Yes.
We brought in different singers, but at the end of the day, it's Eddie writing, Eddie playing, it's Eddie's music. If you shut off the vocals, you're listening for Eddie.
It's all Eddie's music, all of it.
Yeah, and again, I love Michael Anthony. Age-old argument. Michael Anthony, his chorus really brought on that Van Halen sound. Absolutely, very factual, very true. With that said, there was a point, that Wolfgang was part of the band. Love it or hate it, that was, part of the family. It's a family business, the Van Halens. It's Eddie and Alex, and they're on every album.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Yeah. So that's your page. Steel Panther in the news this week. Kind of fun. They were asked in an interview, do you think you'll ever evolve into a radio-friendly band? Because they've been getting very popular. Steel Panther. The thing about Steel Panther, and I was talking about this on Fruitcake Tony's page, on Fruitcake Tony's show the other day that I guest hosted. Thank you. And the thing about Steel Panther, they're really good players. They write a lot of fun music and good music. They're playing their instruments and they're melodic. They're writing good songs. The lyrics are always tongue-in-cheek, dirty, go for the throat, jizz, cum, tits, pussy, cock. They're going for it. They're going for it. And they know it's a dirty parody band. They're having fun with it. You know what you're getting when you go live and see a Steel Panther show. It's not for the weak of heart. Curses going to be flying, tits are going to be flashing. You get the comedy of it. But that's what made them famous. That's why they're so popular now. They're going with what works. They're going with what got them there. And what got them there are songs like, that basically say, I'm going to shoot my baby gravy all over your face. There she blows. That's the type of lyrics that got them to the popularity they are. Obviously, it's my type of humor because you come in here to watch it on Tuesday nights. So, I love that type of stuff. Add to that they're doing legitimately good songs with fun comedy lyrics, and you have you have their success formula. So when they're asked, hey, do you guys want to get more into mainstream radio? Who really cares these days? Who's really listening to mainstream radio?
Now that Paul's not here.
Yeah, I know. Thank God. No, but Paulie's different. Paulie's doing shtick. You're not just going on to hear just retro music. You're not going on to Paulie's not doing top 40. Paulie's doing retro music with a morning show with a comedy shtick. You're going in there to laugh. You're coming here to laugh. Same thing. And it's like, yeah, I know. As I launch, as I shoot my baby gravy, the love of your face. Yeah. As I destroy half of my set. No, but you know what I'm saying? It's, you're not really, it's not the main medium that you're going for as a band anymore. Just like it's not as important to get a record deal like it was in the 80s. We got to get a record deal so we could get on the radio, so we could tour. Yeah, touring's important. Downloads are important. Merch is really important. If you're Steel Panther, you want to sell merch. That's like a big cash flow for you. But they're not really looking to get on the radio and clean up their act, because that would be turning off their fans. They're not a clean act. They're a go for the throat. Let's talk about fucking and drugs and drinking and partying, and that's what they're doing. They're doing a shtick of the 80s, and that's what the 80s were about. Let's party, let's get laid, let's get high, let's get drunk, let's rock all over the place all night. And yeah, they're talking in the chat. Satchel, Russ Parrish in his real life name, can really play. He's a great player. KXM Rock wants to see Satchel without his wig. Why do you care? There are photos of Russ Parrish online without his wig. I mean, but that's the act. They're wearing costumes. Let me tell you something. A lot of guys in real bands in the 80s were wearing wigs and hair extensions and stuff like that back in the day. Now, other than Mike Starr, Ralph Sinez, his real name, the other guys are wearing all, big hair extension wigs as part of the shtick. Russ has short hair in real life, but you're not going to see Russ. You're going to see Satchel. Yeah, and AI Gaming brings up a great point. They have great videos that earn ad revenue. Absolutely. I still like watching their videos. Their videos are funny. Colleen says Spinal Tap for New Millennium. Exactly. Rico B wants to know, do I have any Satchel guitars? Kramer or Charvel? I have a Satchel guitar. I've had it on this show before, and I just had it on Fruitcake Tony's show this weekend. It's a BC Rich Gunslinger blue with pink flames that was used during the Discover Card commercial period when they were playing as Danger Kitty right before they became Steel Panther. And they used it as the album cover for a single called Love Rocket. And you see it in the Discover Card commercial and on the cover of a parody Rolling Stone issue. And when I met Satchel at NAMM, I showed him a photo. I said, do you remember this guitar? And he's like, oh my God, not only do you remember, I have a poster of it over my fucking bed. I always wondered what became of that guitar because I wasn't able to buy it after I used it. It belonged to a studio. So they used it for the Discover Card commercial. They used it to record the Danger Kitty Love Rocket CD. And then it was, back to the studio that owned it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. But he loved it so much, he kept a poster of it, of him holding it over his bed to this day. And he was like so happy to see it. I had him sign the cavity cover, the spring cavity cover.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to see that, I had that on Fruitcake Tony's show, episode 21, that aired this. What was it? This Sunday, Saturday, right?
Saturdays at like 4 Eastern or something.
Yeah,
Like, what's it, like 1 o'clock? It was like 1 in the afternoon or something?
Yeah. And we stayed on for like 2 hours. It was great. Tony showed a lot of Steel Panther picks, and he gave away because he does trivia contests. He gave away a really cool pick with it was like tiger striped, and it had Satchel's image on it. It was very, very cool. Let's see.
Awesome.
Bacon Jr. wants to know, do I have any Jackson Phil Collins? I don't. I love Phil as a player, but I don't own any of his Jacksons. I with very few exceptions, most of my guitars I like with fret markers. I hate guitars without fret markers. I have a few, and they're ones I happen to really, really like, and I overlooked that fact. But that was pretty much it. Craig Vineham of Vineham Pickups we were talking about earlier. Hey, Craig. Says Rush Parrish was the guitar player for Rob Halford's band Fight. And that is true. Rob Halford, after he left Judas Priest, did Fight. And that was Russ Parrish in his real identity. And Russ, he's a really great player, you know. Let's see. Rico B says, I have 3 of his pedals. Yeah, they put out guitar pedals. The first one was called the Pussy Melter. And then there was what? The Butthole Burner and the Boomerang Poontang, I think. There you go. Poontang Boomerang. Yeah, I mean, they're all, you know, tongue-in-cheek, you know, 80s metal kind of sounds with, you know, limited numbers produced, collectible. They're pretty cool looking. A lot of people like those. And Rico B brings up that Zim's Guitars, our buddy Dean Zimmerman, has the Butthole Burner in stock. So if you want one of those,
the pedal.
Yeah. Dean's butthole is on fire. Yeah, so if you want to check out one of those, go to Zim's Guitars in Arizona, and he'll send that out to you. He'll sell it to you. You got to beg him. He doesn't like to sell stuff, but you know, once in a while, you buy stuff out of him. How many of you guys and girls in the chat? I see a couple of you chiming in that you have some of these. Let's see. Ben Tom has a Butthole Burner. The pedals we're talking about. Rico B says Zims has a Butthole Burner right now in stock. Who else has one? Who has the Pussy Melter, the original one, the pink one? That's a cool looking pedal. You know, they're a nice classic 80s sound. Rico B has all 3. Way to go, man.
Awesome.
And Ben Tom asking a question, Johnny, what are the pickups in your 1984 guitar?
That's an EVH Wolfgang pickup.
Nice.
Right there. It's the cream one. It's from either the EVH Star or the Circles. So those are the only 2 that come with those pickups. The bobbins, the cream bobbins.
I like a girl who's bobbing. Let's see. Renus has the Pussy Melter. Yeah, Bozique brings up a good point. Problem is, once those pedals sell out, they're on eBay for $600. That's the thing. They're limited collector's items. They're cool. They sound pretty decent, but he's right, because they are fun and colorful and really neat to collect. So yeah, they do go up in value. Seamus Lavery brings up perfect gift with Christmas coming up. Yeah, absolutely, man. And Rico B points out the Pussy Melter and the Butthole Burner are the same pedal, just with different packaging. And that's true, because the Pussy Melter, again, was pulled off the market because of the name. So, you know, they just gave it, like, Butthole Burner is really a better name anyway. But for the collectible market, you know, they want both. Everyone wants all 3 of those, you know. KXM Rock says Johnny's texting Satchel right now. Probably, hey, can I get one of those Pussy Melters? Do you still have any?
I'm trying to post this to Instagram. I know. I'm sorry. It looks like I'm sitting here looking at my phone. I'm not. I'm actually trying to post this to Instagram. And once I hit send, if you guys follow me on Instagram, you'll see what I'm doing. And then I just saw my name here.
Johnny Tech. Johnny, I watched the video of you from 2015 at Guitar Center playing it. Ben Tom says. Ben Tom says, "What is the third
Did I?
Panther pedal?"
I don't remember.
Poontang Boomerang. So there's the Pussy Melter. That's the pink one. There's the Butthole Burner, which I believe replaced the Pussy Melter, and there's the Poontang Boomerang. AI Gaming says Jizz Master. That not made yet, but what a great idea. Listen, I could come up with 100 pedal names. I mean, you know.
That's actually the store I used to work at in Berkeley.
Jizz Master?
They used to make custom jazz masters.
Oh,
and that the owner would call them. That's what he would call them.
And Bozique says the Poontang Boomerang is a delay pedal as far as the actual effect it gives off.
Oh, cool.
Just the Pussy Melter's a distortion, I believe, if memory serves me.
Oh, I was playing the guitar. Okay. In 2015, playing a Kramer. Yeah, that was when I first got it. Actually, didn't I say in that video that I'm moving to Santa Cruz?
Oh, there you go.
That was before I lived here. Yeah.
Rico B brings up Reverb has the Butthole Burner from $299 to $514. What a spread, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, depends how bad you want one. And Colleen says no boob-based pedals. You know why? Because you don't want to step on boobs. You know, you really don't want to step on them.
Ouch.
Yeah. Delayed reaction on that, Johnny.
Sorry, I know I'm not I'm actually sitting here trying to post. Actually, I'll wait till we're done.
A lot of people don't realize actually during the show, usually while Paul and I are riffing, you know, Johnny's doing a lot of production stuff, you know, for the show, things like looking up stuff and, you know, posting photos, all the, you know, the goofy images that come up that Cobra Kai makes, you know, Johnny posts those up. He's putting stuff in the Discord. He's, you know, redoing as we get new members, the credit cards.
Yeah, I do all this.
Johnny's got a lot of busy behind the scenes stuff that you guys
I do all this stuff from here. Yeah.
Let's see. And I'm the guy who bores you. So Colleen says we should get the Tune in Tokyo phase effect. Come on now. The Tune in Tokyo, yes. Those knobs, those big knobs. Bacon Jr. wants to know, Johnny Beane, what is your favorite guitar right now to play? What do you attack to?
Favorite guitar right now. What do I have? Lately I've been playing an EVH Wolfgang Special Hardtail. That was a gift from Bozique.
Oh, nice.
Bozique is still in here. Yeah, Bozique gave me a guitar several years back. And so that's the one I've been playing. Thank you again, Bozique. Thank you, man.
Bozique's talking. He says, I just spent $400 on a JCM 800 style pedal.
Oh, there it is.
Overtime sale called the PAL 800. So I'm an idiot too. You know what? You know, we all have pedals we like. You know, I told the story before, like 2 years ago, I was on vacation in France in a guitar store, and I found like a foreign pedal that was like an improvement in my eyes of the Ibanez. What is that? The 8. What's that really expensive green Ibanez pedal? The something 8 and the something 9. I forget the name of it. It's got like a certain chip in it.
8? Is it 808?
No. God damn it! I forgot the name of it. If someone
they have the TS 808. They have the Tube Screamer.
Yeah, the Tube Screamer. That was it. The Tube.
Yeah. Well, that's like their basic pedal, but I think there was a bigger version of that.
They did an 8. They did a 9, and there were different chip variations in the mechanics of it. Yeah, the TS 808, the TS 9. That's it. Thank you. I basically bought what was called a Tube Dreamer. And I forgot the number designation on it, but I played them side by side, and the Dreamer just seemed like an improvement on it. It was a really, really great version of it. So yeah, even on vacation, I bought a pedal that, you know, I thought it was so great. Yeah, Ben Tom brings it up. John, don't you have the Tube Dreamer? I love the Tube Dreamer. You know, to me, it's a step up from the Ibanez. I played them side by side. I thought the Tube Dreamer was like an improvement over it. The tone was fantastic. you know, and it's not very expensive. I guess it's like maybe $200, something like that. It was really, really good. Colleen likes all the names they're coming up with for the titty pedal. Let's see. We have the Tune in Tokyo, the Purple Nurple, the Noogie, the Indian Rug Burn, the Titty Twister. I mean, yeah, of course we could go on coming up with boob oriented pedals. And the Tube Reamer, Seamus Lavery says. Tube Reamer, I like that one. Let's see. Robot Master Switch says the best combo is the Love Pedal Valve Reamer, the Tube Screamer 808, and the SD9 Sonic Distortion. I mean, look, it depends what tone you're after, of course. You know, and then some guys will just plug into a JCM 800 Raw. You know, the Motorboat Master. That's funny. How about that Klon pedal, Mancuda? $4,000 apparently, and it's basically just a booster pedal. There's a million clones of it out there, and they aren't cheap either. $4,000. Fuck that. That's a high-end guitar. That's a good vintage guitar, $4,000. Unless that pedal blows me when I click down on it, I'm not paying $4,000 for no fucking pedal. I don't care whose it is. I don't care if it's Hendrix's own wah pedal. No, 4 G's. Fuck that. I guarantee a Japanese copy will be like out for like, you know, $250 within a year, if not already. That's nuts. Jeez. Let's see. What else we got, Johnny? What else you got?
I'm still trying to post to Instagram. I know what it's like though when you're watching a show and the guy's just like looking down on his phone. Believe me, we went through years of that, and it's not fun. It's not fun to see that. I'm
having a great time.
Okay.
And by the way,
right.
If you haven't left a thumbs up on the video, please hit the like button. We appreciate that. Subscribe if you haven't. Follow Johnny on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Facebook.
Just follow us.
Yeah, just follow us. You know, usually I see you stalking me in the supermarket. Pink, that's Mancuda. He does that Tuesday night show that sucks. Yeah, and those are kids.
I wasn't kidding. There we go. Instagram. It's on Instagram.
There you go. Instamam.
Yeah, follow us on Instagram, Johnny Beane.
Even my mother doesn't want to follow me.
Follow all of our socials, Instagram.
There's 92 thumbs up right now. Can we get 8 more thumbs up? Because I know there's over 100 people in the chat right now. Can we just, if you haven't left a thumbs up, please leave a thumbs up just so we can hit 100. Just for shits and giggles. Just for shits and giggles. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, 93. Always fun.
Yeah, and why not? You know, I mean,
yeah, it's great. Don't worry about it. That's right. You're not gonna get spammed or anything. Let's see. What else did I want to bring up? Oh yeah, the Johnny Beane Halloween costume contest, which I talked about. Well, I always talk about it, and thank you to our many sponsors. Let's go through Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, Zim's Guitars, Swiss Picks, Tessie Switch, Vinem Pickups, Neanderthal. Who else? Sandra Picorni, everybody else, Colonel's Popcorn, all the sponsors, Bang Energy Drink. Thank you all for sponsoring. And if you want a prize, the prizes are in the works. I sent out all the lists last night. So a lot of you I know have emailed me today, you know, noting that your prizes are on the way. So that's great. And congratulations to all of you, because that was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun on Halloween, and I think we're going to do that next year. What do you think, Johnny?
We're going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to like it that much that we're going to do it. We're going to do it tomorrow too. Yeah, why not?
Just every holiday we should do it. You know, I wanted to do a Thanksgiving.
Well, what it was, everyone dressed up as their best turkey, and then we give away like boxes of stovetop. I mean, it's Colleen says Amanda slated. Amanda, Sandra, Tom. We had a lot of really, really, really great costumes, videos, cleavage, all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, no, we had a great time. We're gonna do it next year too. We love holidays here, and more importantly, we love our audience. That's who we really appreciate, because you guys and girls are absolutely the best, without question. Because we do this for you. And of course, we want you all to stay safe, wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance. Let's get over this pandemic bullshit already. Let's all cooperate at some point this year and this coming year, just so we could get our vaccines and get out of here. Go back to getting concerts going while everyone's alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we all miss concerts. We all miss concerts. I know the artists are sitting at home bored to hell. We're not always going to have guys like, the guys from Kiss and Ozzy Osbourne. And, as guys get older, if anything taught us the sudden passing of Eddie, even though we knew, okay, Eddie Van Halen has cancer, we're hoping he gets better. 65 is just way too young to pass away. You're never ready for that. God forbid something happens to Mick Mars, something happens to Ozzy, something, and again, I'm pulling names out of my ass. God forbid on all of them. But I just want us to get back to live concerts and tours. I want to see the stadium tour. I want to see the Kiss End of the Road tour. I want to see everyone live while we still have them. So just, let's all put aside everything and eat our shit sandwiches for the year and just wear the mask, wash your hands, social distance. And when the vaccine comes, if it's safe, take the vaccine. That's all. Just so we could get back to concerts. And NAMM. No NAMM this coming year. How fucked is that? We were talking about NAMM earlier in the week and how we'd all meet up for those big dinners at Mari's. It's like, have like rock stars and the Johnny Beane TV crew and guys that make BC Rich and Jackson and the custom shops. And we'd all be at this, big table at Mari's Italian dinner every NAMM, every night, just swapping metal stories and like secrets about the industry and shit going on. And, we miss NAMM big time. So I want to go back to NAMM. I think a lot of you guys and girls do too. So, we just got to do what we got to do. Yeah, definitely. NAMM, yes. NAMBLA, no. Yeah, very good distinction, Ben Tom. Very good distinction.
It's a big difference.
Very big difference. And if you haven't checked out Wolfgang's video for Distance, check it out and just get ready to cry. It's an amazing video. It's a tribute to Eddie and the love that he had for his father, between Eddie and Wolfgang and Valerie. And it's heart-wrenching. It's just beautiful song, beautiful video. We're going to talk about it, I guess, every day this week. It's so good.
Oh, every show from now on, we're talking about it.
Every show. And what's the name? There's a second song that's released also. What's it called?
Yeah.
It's very good.
Blame something. Blame somebody. Let me.
Let's Google it. You'll find it. Distance is one, and we need 3 more thumbs up, please, if you can. And don't forget to check out my my hidden independent pick of the week, Trailer Park Vampire. The album's called A Blessing and a Curse. Check it out. I dig it. I think a lot of you guys will dig it.
You're to blame.
You're to blame. Oh, well, I usually am. That's what my mother says too.
97.
John, the show sucked again. Thanks, Mom. KXM Rock says the second one is killer. They're both killer, man. They're both killer.
Yeah.
And
I'm off.
And remember, buy merch from Wolfgang, because that all goes to charity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Holland's Opus Foundation.
Yeah. So let's do the closing credits, Johnny. What do we got? Let's thank our channel members.
Here, I'll do it over here.
Ben Tom's mom loved Wolfgang Van Halen, the Distance song. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
It is.
Thank you, Bozique. Let's thank our channel members: Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Richard Poole, Linny Lou and Mary, Bozique, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, welcome. False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Gargets Entertainment. I was on their show this weekend too. Check that out. Julia Baldessari.
I'm supposed to be on Gargets Entertainment as well.
You still can. You just have to follow me. Good luck. Yeah, I was on their show yesterday. It was a great show. It was a lot of fun. Check that out.
Yeah. They want me on there too. So
there are other channel members.
I'm gonna I'll be over there at some point.
There it is. Thank you, Thunder Falcon. Let's see. Also, thank you our channel members: Hal Face, James Gum, David Crosby, that prick. David Crosby's a dildo fucker. 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., that's Bruce. Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Bent Tom and Tom Jr., Thomas Santiago, Brian Spaulding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Jesus Rapes Me, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Did we hit 100 likes yet? Yeah, 98, 99.
98.
Can we have 2 more likes, please? If you haven't left a like, just take a second. Just do it. Go on.
Yeah. Log into your troll accounts.
I'm so bummed to hear about Susie Cherry.
I don't even know, man. I have no clue.
All I know is she came here to watch the show a lot, so I was very happy. But
100. 99.
Oh, one away. Oh,
now
we just hit 100.
Now the thumbs downs are going up too.
Oh, good God, that's my dad. No, now we have 100, right?
Can we get 100 thumbs downs instead?
No. We did that one night. That joke only works once.
No, that'll actually attract people to the video because they want to see why it was so bad.
No, we did that once. That joke's only good once. Thank you, everybody. We love our audience. Everyone, rock on. Be safe. Thank you for watching. Leave comments because we reply to them. And hey, be safe and be kind out there. We love you. Blue Rondo loves you. 101. Look at that. Thanks, Mom.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna have a burrito now. Good night, and I'll see you guys.
Johnny, I'll see you on the toilet in an hour. There it is.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys. Well, I'll see you guys on Facebook. I need to do some more Facebook streams, just strictly Facebook. So I'll see you over on Facebook at some point.
Cool.
Good night, everyone.
Goodbye, Annie. Space Jews.
The musical.
What? All night.